I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chazanall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon.
Here.
Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation given by Jim Saville, who is the music minister at Hazel Baptist Church in Lake, Mississippi. He's the guest of Senator McCon. Senator McCon will then lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Brother?
May we pray. May we pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, as we come before your throne of grace once again today, God, we thank you for the ability to live in this great land that we do. God, we thank you for these lawmakers, and God, I thank you for each and every one of them, God, and their dedication to the betterment of our future in this great state. God, it's with those words that I ask these blessings be put down upon this assembly today. God, may they hear the call to do the work of justice. Grant these lawmakers the integrity of Joseph, the strength of Joshua, the faithfulness of Moses, and pour out your peace and mercy and grace upon this state. Help us to realize, now more than ever, that the only firm foundation upon which our state can build safely is a true faith in you. May we keep ourselves committed to you, whose love never falters, light never dims, and whose life never ends. For it's in the precious name of Jesus Christ we do ask these things. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll take a picture right here.
Yes, sir.
Jim Lee. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, brother. We'll quickly now move to the reading of the journal, and Senator Blackwell
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the introduction of guests. Introductions, please, sir. Going once. Senator Carter, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Mr. President, I would like to point a personal privilege at the proper time.
One moment, please. As soon as introductions are over, we'll start with Senator Carter. Okay, Senator Williams. I'm sorry, Neil. I'm sorry, Senator Wade.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today we have some rodeo royalty here with us, and I'd just like to take a minute to introduce them. First off, we have Miss Rodeo America, Miss Callie Muller. She's visiting us here from Florence, South Dakota. We also have with us Miss Cody Wilson, who is Miss Rodeo Canada, coming all the way from Alberta, Canada. And on behalf of Senator Hobson, Lieutenant Governor Hoseman, and myself, we have Miss Harley Grace Vincent from Vicksburg, who is Miss Dixie National this year. If they would all stand and let the Senate please make them feel welcome.
Thank you for brightening up the place, and congratulations on getting selected. That's hard. Senator Lano,
Introduction.
please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the gallery up here, we have our circuit clerk from Harrison County. I'd like to introduce you to Justin Wetzel, who's done a great job for us in Harrison County. Make him feel welcome today.
Good to see you, Justin. Tell your dad I said hello. Senator McCon.
President, I'm over here.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, it's introduction / announcement. We always get over here and spend 90 days together, 120 days and sometimes, so we get to share a lot of celebrations together. Today we have a celebration of our porters over here. Miss Terry's birthday is today,
Yeah.
so y'all make her feel welcome.
Thank you, Terry. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Any other introductions? Any other introductions? Senator Carter, you're recognized. Personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my 8th year serving in this body. I've never done this before. We had a former colleague who used to get up here and do this all the time, and I told myself I would never be one of those guys. But unfortunately, I feel like it's come to this, that someone needs to stand up. And I woke up this morning, and some may say I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and I didn't. I woke up with my back hurting, but I did look on social media this morning, and I was very bothered by what I saw. I respect everyone in this chamber. We may not agree on things that come to this floor, and debates may get heated, but you know, at the end of it all, we can go out, we can enjoy a meal together, and have mutual respect for each other. Every one of you were elected by your districts to come up here and vote your district. The votes in this Senate are tough. I mean, there are times where, I was personally sick over votes that I had to make. And I commend you all for having the courage to do that. What I don't commend is certain statewides in this state condemning the way that we operate in this legislature. We set the policy for this state. You don't get to get on social media and be a keyboard warrior and cut us down because of things that we truly believe in. That's not leadership. The things that are put on social media, our families look at, our kids look at, it affects them. This is not Congress. This is this Mississippi State Legislature. What's happening in D.C. is sickening. Seeing all the personal attacks, we're better than that. We don't need to be acting like all these various people in the U.S. and the House of Representatives. Certain statewides, you're not President Trump. I love President Trump. Do I agree with some of the things he does? No. But he has his own unique style, and he was overwhelmingly voted as the President of the United States. That's not a roadmap to how you should conduct your business. Every one of us in here, we vote and we represent not only your constituency, but the policy that we make in this body affects every Mississippian in this state. I read something this morning. I have a daily devotional that I read. I know that's shocking to some in here, but I read it and it's centered around leadership. And this morning, when I was reading it, something stood out to me. It said, a leader inspires and unifies. If you want to lead this state, be a leader. Unify. Don't divide us. This job is hard enough as it is. We spend time away from our families. We take these tough votes. We get blasted on social media, and I get it. It's part of being a politician or an elected official, but it's unnecessary. To these certain statewides that continue to attack on social media, I would encourage you to look in the mirror. We're all imperfect individuals. If you have something negative to say about a vote in this chamber or a member of this chamber, and that goes for the House of Representatives too. If you have a negative thing to say about a House member, call them in your office. Have that discussion. Make your argument. This isn't a playground. We're not children. We are grown adults. I felt like this was a moment where someone needed to stand up for every one of y'all. And I can honestly tell every one of y'all, I truly admire every one of you. I cannot look at any face in this chamber that I can't say that I wouldn't just, I'm a lover. I love to hug. And I respect you all, and I didn't want to give up and give a speech, but this morning it was heavy on me, and this state needs leadership. It doesn't need social media warriors and badgering and all this other nonsense. It's disgusting. So with that, I'll yield the podium.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Appreciate your remarks. Senator Ladner,
Introduction.
please proceed.
In the South Gallery, we have our Mississippi Power Customer Solutions team that are visiting at the Capitol today. If y'all could, please give them a warm welcome.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. In the North Gallery, I'm happy to introduce, first of all, my friend, Leslie Davis, and also so proud to announce that she is the new Republican National Committee woman for Mississippi. Y'all please make Leslie welcome.
Thank you. Other introductions? Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 1 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2145, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2145, alcoholic beverages, authorized the direct shipment of wine.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recognized, Senator England, to explain the motions on the following bill.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a committee substitute on this bill. I believe that let me check with council just one moment to make sure that we get those. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what I need to do, what I'm going to ask you to do is we need to adopt the committee sub, but I do have a strike all amendment to the committee sub. So I'm going to, my motion, my immediate motion is going to be that we adopt the committee sub, and then I will amend that committee sub. So that's my motion, Mr. President.
Okay, would you explain the committee substitute, please, sir?
I can, yes. So what this bill is, this is a bill that allows the direct shipment of wine to consumers in Mississippi. We had a great debate on this in committee, and I've talked with many of you about this on the floor. We did have a committee substitute that was had some amendments, or we have a committee substitute that has some amendments to address some concerns that some of you had on the floor and in the committee. But that is a general explanation of the bill. And again, Mr. President, it will be a strike-all amendment, so I would like to adopt the committee sub at this time and then explain the amendment.
All in favor? The motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I'd like to do now is maybe put up the amendment, a strike-all amendment to the committee sub, and I will explain what this strike-all amendment does. Again, this is a bill that will allow for direct shipment of wine to consumers in Mississippi. The first section you'll see has the definitions, and you will see that we define wine very clearly as well in that section. Section 2 states that any person that engages in this must hold a direct wine shipper's permit before that person may direct in the selling and shipping of wine directly to residents of Mississippi. Section 3 outlines how to qualify for a direct shipper's permit. And what I want to point out in this section for many of you in here is that subparagraph B is different from what we had in the committee sub and what we had in the original bill. It says a person licensed or permitted outside of this state to engage in the activity of manufacturing wine. So direct shippers must only be manufacturers of wine. We took out several words like retailers and wholesalers and all of that, which I know was a concern. So we have addressed that concern here in this amendment. Section 4 discusses what an applicant for a direct wine shipper's permit must do, how they must submit their application to the Department of Revenue, and what they have to do, including pay the department the tax that's prescribed in the bill. Section 5 also requires direct shippers to do certain things. Number one, to point out, is that the packaging of this wine must state that the package contains alcohol, and a signature of a person age 21 years or older is required for the delivery to take place. They must also report quarterly to the Department of Revenue the information that is required of the direct shipper. They have to maintain records for 3 years so that we can look into that. The direct shipper must allow the department to perform an audit if requested, and they must agree to consent to the jurisdiction of this state for the purposes of this law. Subparagraph 2 is another part that had concerns that I want to point out and make sure to highlight for the members of this body. A direct wine shipper shall not sell or ship any light wine or beer or anything other than wine. This is just dealing with wines. Also, another concern we had was with the amount of wines that is being shipped. That has been amended here, so I want to go over this specifically. Subparagraph 2B states that they may only sell or ship 12 9-liter cases of wine annually to any one address. So that's down from 24 from the original bill. Again, that's based on concerns, and I hope it answers any questions on that. The shipper must renew their permit annually. And if they violate it, the permit can, if they violate any of these rules and regulations, the permit can be revoked or not renewed. You'll see in Section 7, this only, again, it can only be shipped to someone 20 years of age or older, and it's only for personal consumption. Section 8 is very important in that it allows the Department of Revenue to create rules and regulations necessary to make sure that these very strict requirements are followed by direct shippers as we enter into this, this new law here in Mississippi. And Section 9 provides punishment. There's other sections here that bring many code sections forward only because they have to deal with taxes. I will tell you that this wine will be taxed at a rate of 15.5%, and that is on top of the sales tax that is paid by the consumer in whichever state that they are using. I understand that there may be other taxes that are applied when somebody gets a wine directly through a store. But one thing to point out is these wines never have to go through our ABC warehouses, so the costs associated with that do not apply. So this is revenue directly to the state for that. I believe my paper's on my desk that has the actual numbers, but I did look up, just to kind of explain, one of the questions I got was how do we know people aren't just going to go get the wines that they can get at their local stores and have them shipped to their house? Thank you very much, Senator Sparks. And I looked at those numbers, and I want to tell you why that's not really of a concern. And it's something, listen, I don't have some of the money that some of these folks will be able to enjoy this do. So these numbers are kind of big for me. But if you were to buy a case, that being 9-liter bottles of a very popular wine, I won't mention the wine here in Mississippi, but a very popular brand of wine, it costs $20 per bottle in the store. To buy that case at Mississippi tax rate and bring that case directly from your home from the store, it's $220. If you were to purchase that case as a direct shipper and have it shipped to your door, this $20 bottle of wine that you can pick up at your package store would cost you $480. I mention that because I want to stress that the concern that we're hearing that we don't want people shipping things that they can go pick up at their local store, it's just not feasible. And I didn't know this until I put these numbers together. It's so cost prohibitive to do that's not a legitimate concern. I wanted to point that out. I also wanted to point out that many of our common carriers that we will allow to do this already have very stringent laws in place. People like UPS, people like FedEx, they already are direct shipping wine to the 47 other states that allow this to happen in America. I think it's time for Mississippi to become that 48th state to do this and leave 2 others behind. And we can do this in Mississippi. We should allow Mississippians to visit beautiful parts of our country and partake in those wines and have them shipped here to their homes here in Mississippi. Senator Delano brought me my total here. I just want to go over this because I do think this is important, again, because one of the concerns I had is how do we know people aren't going to bypass a packaged liquor store and just direct ship these wines here. A wine that is available here in Mississippi at $20 a bottle, retail price for that case is $240. This is if you have it shipped, $240. There's $70 for the storage of these wines, because one thing we also have to consider is it's a hot and humid climate here. People who are going to take advantage of this law are going to have their packages shipped to a fulfillment center to hold it until the temperature is better here in the late fall or winter or the spring. That costs money to hold the wine. There's ground shipping with an average of $114 added. Another tax for the state where you buy it, plus the Mississippi tax of 15.5% that we add. That gives the direct shipment grand total, if you direct ship a $20 bottle of wine that you could purchase here in Mississippi, to $480 to have that shipped to your door. Otherwise, you're looking at $227 for a case of this wine at your local store, paying the local 7% sales tax, a typical discount whenever you purchase an actual case. That same case of wine, if you were to go purchase this at your store, instead of using this direct ship, would be $220. Again, same bottle of wine, to direct ship, it costs $480. To pick it up at the store where it's located, $220. That's a very big difference, and I hope that explains to you why whenever we say this is not going to take away from our package stores, it's just not feasible. That is my explanation of the bill and my reasons for supporting the amendment. I'm sorry, Mr. President, this is the amendment to the committee substitute, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Blackman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator England?
I do yield, yes.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
I think I just missed it. In the committee sub, we had that you can only ship it annually to one address. Is that the same in the amendment?
That is the same in the amendment, and when we discussed that, it was 24 cases, and that has been reduced to 12. So we reduced that in half. Senator Blackman.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator England?
I yield.
Senator Turner?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. Is there a minimum amount that can be purchased?
There is no minimum under this law. No, ma'am, no minimum.
And so if there's no minimum, you mentioned the maximum number of cases. What if someone wants to do this monthly? Would they be prohibited?
It would not be prohibited. They are limited to 12 cases per year, but they would not be prohibited to do it monthly if they want to. But I would say, again, I think that's, again, this is not a process that I go through, but I understand that the time of year usually does matter. So you may have somebody getting their 12 cases in 1 month, or you may have them spread it out. We don't deal with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Fillingham, for what purpose?
A question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do yield.
Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, I know there was the 12 case, maximum, but in line with Senator Turner's question, what if someone wants to just purchase like one bottle of a very expensive particular wine? Are you familiar whether they would ship less than a whole case at a time?
I'm not. That would be between the consumer and the manufacturer, the direct shipper permit holder. I don't believe they typically do one bottle. And again, it also has to deal with the cost per shipping. So that, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, because I know on the state level, by comparison, you have to purchase a whole case. I think there's very few instances where they would break up a case or ship you just a couple of bottles. I didn't know if that was different for the direct shipping option or if it was the same.
I'm not familiar with that enough to know, but we do not limit you to that you must purchase a case. But I will say that most of the vendors, after looking into this and doing research, they typically do not sell one bottle at a time. You're looking at collectors that are going to purchase these other wines by case.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michelle, for what purpose, sir?
A couple of questions, please.
You yield for a question, Senator England?
I do, yes.
Senator Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator England, I had a constituent to tell me that they had a bottle of wine shipped to their house. They had been out to a winery, and the winery did not follow state law. They simply agreed to ship that bottle of wine to this person's house. And in that instance, the state got no tax on that bottle, on that transaction. And also, it was not required, they did not require that someone over the age of 21 be there to accept that bottle. Doesn't this bill cover both of those instances, prevent them from occurring?
It does, Senator Michelle. It would prevent both of those. The state would receive the tax, and they have to receive it by the 20th of the month. The direct shipper has to submit that basically immediately to the state, and they do have to verify that someone receives this shipment is 21 years of age or older.
And then someone right now who's circumventing this process, who buys a locker in another state to make it legal. Let's say the winery does follow the rules in California, and someone from Mississippi is at the winery and says, I really like this wine, I'd like to buy it, but they say, we can't ship to Mississippi, but we can ship to Louisiana. And that person could get a locker in Louisiana and then pay ground shipping from Louisiana to Mississippi and circumvent the tax and the 21 requirement as well.
Yes, so there's two things that this will clarify. Number one, it will allow a more convenient way for people to do this without having to do that. And also, yes, we do require it to be 21 years of age or older, and we will receive the taxes on this where we would not be doing it under the situation that you described.
Okay, and I heard some concern in the committee that people in Mississippi may simply call a winery in Louisiana and have a bottle of wine that we can't get in Mississippi shipped to them in Mississippi, and in that instance, Mississippi would be left out as well because the point of collection on the tax would be over in Louisiana. Hasn't this bill addressed that? You said it has to be a manufacturer only now with your amendment?
That's correct, yes, a manufacturer only, so this is dealing strictly with those manufacturers of wine. They have to be a manufacturer of wine to receive the, to be permitted.
All right, and you ran through some numbers on how it would be financially unsound for someone to want to buy a wine that's under a $20 price point, let's say. That's probably the majority of sales. Mm-hmm. Under a $20 price point, it would not make sense for them to order it directly from California, let's say, or Washington State because of the extra fees and the shipping and the tax that we're putting on it.
That's correct, yes. For this one example that I used earlier, it's a $240 difference for the same case of wine.
Okay. And so we're probably dealing then with people who have the financial means to buy the nice product that they found in another state. We're not talking about competing with what you can typically get in Mississippi now. Is that correct?
That's correct. And what we would like to do is have Mississippians who enjoy visiting these other places to have the ability to say, hey, I enjoy your product. I'd like to have it shipped to me. The same thing we allow for our products here in Mississippi. We allow them to direct ship to other consumers in other states that allow this, the 47 other states. We would just like Mississippians to have the same ability.
And in a perfect world, our ABC, that's the Alcoholic Beverage Control, they have a warehouse here in Gluckstadt. If they choose to build a warehouse so huge that they could literally inventory every bottle that's manufactured in another state, then that would be an option, but that doesn't happen now, does it? Is that they just simply can't inventory these bottles? Is why we're trying to make it available to people, because the ABC just says we've got only so much space and we cannot inventory everything that you would like us to possibly inventory.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and then you've reduced the consumption from 24 cases to 12, and I personally am against that because I don't know why we want to limit it. If someone wanted to have a wedding reception, and 12 cases may not be enough for wedding reception, they may want to give them out as Christmas gifts. We're actually limiting, but I think you probably have decided that makes the bill a little bit better from the input you've gotten.
That's correct, Senator Michelle.
Okay, then right now that a bottle of wine is, when it comes to Mississippi from California, is it the total financial obligation of the state if that bottle breaks in our warehouse? What happens? Does the winery make that good, or does the state eat the money for the?
I'm not sure, but I would imagine that if it were to break here, it would be a lost product there in the warehouse. I'm not sure if they make it whole.
If we lose the total value of what they paid the winery for the product and get no tax on it as well?
That's right. Yeah, no tax on it either.
All right. And then right now, the way our system works, if a winery wants to sell a bottle of wine in Mississippi, that bottle of wine will go to our warehouse in Gluckstadt, and then it's the obligation of the state to literally put it in a vehicle and deliver it all over Mississippi?
That's correct.
And if that delivery service, that's a contract service, if that delivery service had a wreck or slammed on the brakes and broke all the bottles in there, who would be financially liable in that instance?
I imagine the state of Mississippi.
Okay, no tax in that instance either.
That's correct.
Let's see if I can think of one more question. I think with your amendment, you have covered the concerns that were in the committee, and I want to thank you for improving the bill.
Thank you, Senator Michelle, and I want to thank you for your hard work on this bill. I know this has been something that you've worked on very hard, and I would not be standing here without your hard work on this.
Well, I think you've improved at the Finance Committee. It was a real close vote last year. It failed, and your improvements, it passed the committee this year, and you've even made additional improvements since the committee to try to appease the members of the committee, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Michelle.
Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
I will, yes.
Senator Parker is recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Senator England. Today happens to be a big DeSoto County day, so I want to apologize because I've got one big group down in 216, they're in 210, a few of them may be in the gallery, and so I had to run out, come back, and I missed a good part of your presentation.
Would you like me to do it again all over?
But which may be good, but I do see a committee sub, and I'd looked at the bill, and I kind of had my own thoughts and things like that about what was going to come up. But my question about it, and I've heard in the minutes I've been back here some mention of it, is this for wines that you can only get out of state now in the committee sub, or would this be for also wines that you can get in state?
No, these are for out-of-state wines as written.
Okay, so there is already an amendment in the committee sub that is limiting this specifically to only products that you can get out of the state.
In the amendment, yes. Did we? Senator Parker, if you'll give me just one moment.
Sure. I know it's a confusing question. And just as you're checking, I had an amendment prepared that would deal with that issue. I'm just not sure if we're on the bill at this time and where we are in the process. I apologize.
Senator Parker, I will say that we did intend to do that, and I want to thank our you know as well as everybody in here how hardworking our legal service department is, and when trying to address these multiple issues, that is not in the current form of this amendment, but if you would like to do that once we adopt this amendment and then amend that portion of the bill, I would.
That would be great. That would answer some of my questions, and I still have questions about kind of the procedure, the fees, the fines, and things like that as well. And I'm hopeful that council can help me on my amendment, because the amendment I provided may be for the prior version, and I know they can work through that.
Okay, and Senator Parker, yes, that's fine. I would like to see your amendment.
Sure.
The one that you discussed now, I don't have any opposition to, but I don't want to tell you how that,
Right.
with any other portions of your amendment, since we put a lot of work on this. But I would, when we adopt this amendment, I would be happy to see what you would like to present.
Okay.
Okay, and I have also been informed that your amendment, the proper time, I believe, for your amendment, and of course, this is.
Yeah, and I do have a copy of it now. I'll just want to verify with them that we'll have the correct line numbers and locations like that. I'll do that as you maybe answer other questions.
Okay.
But could you just, while they're, and they maybe can be checking on this.
Yes.
And again, you may have mentioned all of this in your presentation. If you did, I apologize. But did you talk about fines or anything like this in this bill?
Didn't talk about it, but it's in here. There's a $1,000 fine on the direct shipper and on the consumer if they are not abiding by these rules and regulations. And also, the department can revoke and or refuse to issue a direct shipper permit for anyone that is violating.
And where can the direct shipments be made to? Can they be made to my place of business? Can they be made to my home? Is there any qualification in there on where they go?
Your direct shipment, it's my understanding that many times when you, say if you visit a winery in the Oregon area, in the Pacific Northwest, if you visit that winery in the summertime and want to order the wine that's available then, you're not going to ship that to Mississippi in the hot and humid. You're going to, it's just going to damage. It's going to damage your product. And then, look, this is my understanding. But I haven't been able to, I have not done this. Obviously, we don't allow it. But you would ship it to a fulfillment provider, which is basically a locker that will keep your product in good shape, and then that provider, whenever you request it be released to your address, will come to you.
So do these facilities exist now, or is that? I mean, I've never done this. So there's a place where you can ship something and it stays in a refrigerated locker until you pick it up. That's the way you're describing it?
Not pick it up. These are usually close to the wineries themselves. So you request them to ship it to your home
Okay,
at a
so it
time
does
that
come
is
to your
better.
home. That's where, so it
That's
is
correct.
being shipped to your home. It's not going to, a gas station or somewhere like that where somebody could have it shipped there and then place it on a shelf or something like that. It is coming directly to the consumer who ordered it?
That's correct. And again, we have to, the requirements that we have to make sure that someone that receives this signs as being 21 years of age or older is also a very important part of that. So yes, it will come to your residence. Mhm.
Very good. So, Mr. President, I'd be like to be recognized for amendment at the proper time, please.
Senator, please bring the amendment to the Secretary. Senator Parker, thank you. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll just defer my questions until after Senator Parker's proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to?
One moment, please. We need a copy, Senator.
Am I recognized, Mr. President?
One moment, please. It's not on the screen yet. All right, now you're ready to go. This is on an amendment. Senator Parker.
So, just a question of the chair first. Have we adopted the committee sub?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the proper time to make the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, members of the Senate. Again, I apologize for running in. What the purpose of the amendment is here, and I hear from council that in the committee sub that has already been presented by Senator England, there was a change already of the word involving the may to shall issue, which is why you see that stricken on the amendment up there. All this would do is on line 108, it would add sell or ship wine that is contracted through Mississippi distributors, wholesalers, brokers, or solicitors, and then amend after that. Again, what this would do is it would ensure that the products that are being delivered are products that are unique and outside of our current system, and if indeed the purpose of this bill is to get the products that we cannot get in the state, this would ensure that those products are indeed the ones that we're trying to address with this bill. So, yield for questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Robinson.
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please. Let's finish the bill. Senator Hobson.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Hobson.
I'll start by saying I think I generally agree with the premise of what you're saying, Senator Parker. My concern is, and I'm going to ask if you can address this in any way, my concern is for people that may provide a limited amount to Mississippi, and you can't get it you can't get this particular wine in your area. I may be in Vicksburg, and there's a great wine that I would like, but it's only in DeSoto County. There's really no way for me to get to that wine in DeSoto County. You may have access to it, or vice versa. So I don't want to shortcut the retailers, which I think you're trying to do here, with wines that are that we can get right now and cut them out. But at the same time, you may want access to a nice one. What can you do there to ensure that people have access to limited quantities of wine that they would like to get from a retailer from out of state?
So my interpretation or my knowledge of the bill, as I heard kind of presented and what I've heard, was not to deal with that point. What I heard from the discussion and what I've kind of learned about it was to deal with the unique circumstance where you could not get it in the state. I think something of that does bring up some extra questions, and there may be instances like that, but again, the intent that I heard in the bill was to direct this unique circumstance where you could not get the product in the state and find a remedy for that. And so the intent of my amendment was not to address that issue. It was to address what I understood as the tenets of the bill as introduced.
Okay.
As permitted introduced in committee. But it might be, to that point, it might also be warranted to maybe add a reverse repealer to this. and maybe see if we could get some language that might deal with that too. But again, I've given my apologies a few times, but it's been a kind of a hectic morning, and it's not a perfect amendment, but I think it deals with the subject as I kind of discussed.
Well, I'll say your amendment's got merit, but I don't want it to be so tight that it takes away the opportunity for those in other parts of the state that can't get those limited quantity wines. And I don't know the answer to that quickly to get a bill off the floor, but I think if we could find a way to get in that spot between what you're trying to do and what the bill does through the strike call, I'd like to see us get there.
Right.
Thank you.
And the chair may have some suggestions on that after questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Other questions? Senator England, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the work that is going in on this bill, I want to thank Senator Parker for his amendment. But at this time, I do oppose the amendment, and mainly for the reasons that were mentioned by Senator Hobson in his question. I think that the limiting nature of this amendment as written takes away from the spirit of the bill and what we're trying to do here in Mississippi. So I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
Okay. Ready for your motion, Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that explanation clearly tells what the intent of the bill truly is. I move adoption of the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Senator England, we're back on the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. On the strike all amendment, I'm happy to continue to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is that we adopt the strike all amendment.
One moment, please. Senator?
I have amendments at the proper time, Mr. President.
It's the proper time, sir. One moment, please.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized, Senator McMahon.
This is an amendment to this legislation 2145. Here's an explanation of the amendment. Violations of direct shipment laws are rampant in other states. Illegal shipments are in fact very common. We have seen very clear evidence of that already here in Mississippi. The ABC and Mississippi Attorney General's Office have investigated the shipment of wine and other alcoholic beverages into other states. The investigation revealed that several companies, 35%, tested, sold, and shipped wines and liquor illegally within the state of Mississippi. This amendment will create some penalties if they violate any section of this law. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the amendment?
I move for the adoption of the amendment.
One moment, please. Senator Barrett, your light's on, sir. One moment, Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question on the committee sub, not the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. All right, back to Senator McMahon. Your motion.
This strengthens the bill, creates some penalties, where the Attorney General's Office and ABC can actually enforce some of this. I ask for adoption of the amendment.
Okay, Senator England, you're recognized to speak on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator McMahon for looking into this and working on this, but I would ask you to oppose the amendment. We have looked at the penalties and worked on this very hard, and this bill has gone around for a while, and I have not heard anything from the Attorney General in opposition to this. Senator McMahon mentioned the Attorney General, but I have not heard from them, so I have no reason to believe that they would oppose our penalties on this, which we do have penalties in our bill, and I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Michelle, for what reason?
Question of Senator England, please.
One moment, please. Senator England?
Yes, I yield.
We're on the amendment, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Senator England, are you aware that we have investigators through the Alcoholic Beverage Control Division?
Yes, Senator Michelle, yes, I am.
Did you know that a few years ago, Commissioner Herb Frierson had a sting operation, and it led to a settlement of over $4 million for people who were illegally selling alcoholic beverages in Mississippi?
I'm not aware of that, but that's certainly a penalty.
Don't we already have this enforcement opportunity?
It certainly sounds so, Senator Michelle. Thank you for that example.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator McMahon, we're ready for your motion on the bill, sir. On the amendment, I'm sorry. Senator McMahon, you're ready for your motion, sir.
This is a friendly amendment. It actually strengthens the bill. I ask you to support the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Senator McMahon, you're recognized. Do you have another amendment, sir? Okay. Thank you, Senator McMahon. Anyone else? Senator Barrett, I believe you had a question, sir.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Senator England, it was my understanding during the committee meetings and in further discussions that this would apply to the committee sub, or what would be presented would be for boutique wines and/or wines that were unattainable in the state of Mississippi. But from what I gathered from your presentation this morning is that the only prohibition in the bill from me getting Kendall Jackson or Barefoot shipped to my house is the cost.
I would say that the cost is very prohibitive, but I'll also mention that my understanding of this process, if you were to visit Kendall Jackson and wanted to purchase something that they only offer at their location, sometimes these vendors require you to buy a certain number of their individual other products before you can get to that product that you're seeking to purchase. So the spirit of the bill is that we allow people to be able to do that in Mississippi. Now, we did take away a lot of language from committee that we discussed. Retailers are no longer in this. I had a question about whether certain retailers outside of Mississippi, maybe in Alabama, could just ship their wines over here. We took that out. That is not what we're dealing with. These are manufacturers of wine.
I understand. So if under this committee sub as it's written, if I chose to buy a case or 12 bottles of Barefoot White Zinfandel, I can do that.
That's a good wine.
I can do that under this bill.
If you were, the case of wine, let me say this. I believe the answer to your question is no, because I don't believe that specific entity that you mentioned even allows for shipment directly to consumers. I think they are strictly a vendor that provides to package stores. So the answer to that question is no. But if you were to use some other example, I will say that the costs associated with that. Okay, we can pass many laws in this building, but I can't keep you from making a poor financial decision, unfortunately.
Right, yeah. And outside of semantics or what wine company I throw at you,
yes,
my concern is whether it's Barefoot, Kendall Jackson, you pick one. It doesn't matter to me. My concern is for my local liquor stores is they have a problem with wines that are purchasable in their store if they can get shipped to their residence. And I understand under the committee sub they can, correct?
If you're a direct shipper of wine, if you're a manufacturer and you hold a direct shipper's permit under this bill, you can have that wine direct shipped.
Okay, thank you.
And if it helps, Senator Barrett, one thing that I have learned in my research of this that would be beneficial to our package stores, when individuals use a direct ship of wine and they start visiting these other locations for that reason, they actually gain a more sophisticated taste for these wines. So when they visit your local package stores, instead of buying the $9 bottle of wine, they may purchase a $30 bottle of wine. And like I said, the 47 other states that do this sure are enjoying it for their consumers. Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I would move adoption of the amendment.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator Suber, was yours on the amendment, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question.
Yeah, it's committee sub-amendment. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You recognize Senator Suber?
Do you yield?
I do yield, yes.
Thank you, Senator England, for all your work. I just have a few questions. The many counties we have that have not voted to come out from under the dry law, but we do have many cities that have. How are these out-of-state vineyards or wine shippers going to be able to determine where to actually ship the wine?
Senator Stewart, thank you for that question. It's a very important question. There are people who live in dry counties, they live in cities that are within dry counties. We are not prohibiting them in this bill from having wine directly shipped to their house. The reason being is that the dry counties do not allow for the sale of alcohol in their counties. They are allowed to bring it into their counties and have it and enjoy it into their homes, but since they are purchasing this from out-of-state manufacturers, they are allowed to ship this to their house. We did not want to leave those Mississippians out of this process.
So if we have a county that's a dry county, they'll still be able to receive wine to their house?
If they, through this direct shipment bill, yes. If a direct shipper permit holder in California has a customer that purchases their wine and they live in a dry county in Mississippi, they still can receive that through shipment.
Well, would that not violate way our law currently is, especially with the counties?
It would not, and we did look at this very strongly, Senator Suber. The reason is because the wine is not purchased in the county. Those counties can prevent people from selling in those counties, but you're not prevented from having these wines in your house that you purchase from other places. So if you were to bring, say you were to put a bottle of wine in your suitcase at one of these locations, bring it home to your house, you're not breaking the law doing that either. So we're not breaking the law having it shipped from a location to your house either.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Very good question.
Senator McMahon?
I wish to speak on the bill at the proper time.
Okay. We're on the amendments, or that you want to speak on the bill? Oh, thank you, Senator. Okay.
Mr. President, I understand we do have another amendment to the committee sub-strike all coming that I would like to allow my colleague to have a moment to clarify his amendment, if we may do so. It is in the works being drafted, I believe.
One moment. Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In the West Gallery, would you please help me make welcome the National Technical Honor Society from Jones County Career and Technical Center. They are celebrating the Career and Technical Education Month. Welcome to your capital.
Mr. President, may I have an introduction briefly?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're having the amendment worked on, I did want to recognize some of our colleagues from the other end of the hall, standing over here, Representative Brent Powell and Representative Shonda Yates, who put a lot of work into this bill as well. I want to have us make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Good to see you both. Thank you for coming. Senator Fillingham.
For introduction at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Please proceed. We're waiting on an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our North and West galleries, we have members of the Mississippi Psychological Association, and we would like to give them a nice Senate welcome to the State Senate.
I see friendly faces up there. It's good to have you. Senator Boyd.
Introduction, out of order.
Please proceed.
With the Psychological Association is a dear friend of mine and the Lieutenant Governor's, Dr. Emily Johnson. Thank you. Welcome to the Capitol.
Thank you. Senator Tate.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you'll direct your attention to the West Gallery, we have Brigadier General Tommy Tillman and Lieutenant Colonel Ellis Monk. If you will, ladies and gentlemen, make them feel welcome.
Yeah. We're going to get to your bill very shortly, as soon as we quit drinking. No, sir. The Senate needs to see it, but while you're explaining it, please, sir, just one moment. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an intro.
Please proceed.
Sitting by these fine soldiers in the North Gallery, I have some very special guests. I have my grandson, Aiden, and his friend, Bailey Jordan, who are paging in the house. I'd like for y'all to make them welcome.
Welcome, both of you. One moment, please, Senate. Senator Hobson, you're now recognized. Your amendment to the bill is on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the concern that some of us have had was with the local retailers, especially those that will sell wine by the case. I mean, many retailers do. Some are probably more suited to selling wine by the bottle. Some of maybe your more high-end wines particularly would be sold by the case. And certainly that would affect those stores more by having direct ship, just wide open direct ship. I think hopefully what we've crafted here will help out and solve a lot of problems, and that is that it would kind of take Senator Parker's First Amendment, that it would be limited for distribution for the wines that you can readily get in the stores, but this would be limited to those that you either can't get in Mississippi or that are of limited quantity. And that's another issue, as I expressed, in a concern that you might be in your community, you just can't find it there. I might want to order some of that wine from somewhere, and I can't find it. I don't want to drive to DeSoto County to go get it or to the coast to get it. So I'm hoping that what we've got here is language that will thread the needle on allowing the locals to continue to do what they do, but also allow our citizens to get the wines that they may enjoy from other states that are unique and they cannot find readily here in Mississippi. I'll yield for questions. And I hope this was done quickly, and if there are tweaks that we need to make, certainly I know the chair and Senator England that have worked hard on this, we can maybe clean them up if we had to, but this was done quickly. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hobson. So my question in regards to the amendment, so if we were in the Delta and there was a retailer, a liquor store on the coast, and I was down there and I was visiting, and I decided when I got back to Greenville that I wanted to have direct ship that wine from that retailer from the coast, would I be able to do it if this amendment is adopted?
You could do it under this notice as an allocated item, broker on the tap. I have not looked that up, and again, that's why I said this was already on the tap alcoholic beverage control division of the Department of Revenue. So if it is of limited quantity, I don't see any reason why you couldn't go get it in Greenville. You don't have to go back to the coast to buy it, if that's your question.
And the way I do that, based upon the operation of this amendment, is I just will call that retailer and go through the process of buying it from that retailer, and they'll directly.
No, you'd go to the manufacturer at that point. You'd go to the manufacturer. The rest of the bill would be entirely what Senator England has explained. If you like that wine that you saw on the coast or found on the coast, you could go back home. If it was of limited quantity, then you could certainly connect with that retailer and have it shipped legally to your home in Greenville.
By going to the manufacturer.
Correct.
So the prohibition as presented by Senator England from being able to go to retailers, that prohibition still is maintained if this amendment is adopted, right? Like we still wouldn't be able to buy from retailers, we still have to go to manufacturers.
No, you could go to your locals if they have it. And if it's something that's regularly distributed here in Mississippi, you're not going to be able. I think I heard Senator Barrett using the barefoot example. You're not going to get barefoot from your manufacturer, but you're going to get that unique wine that you want to buy from your manufacturer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Okay, one moment. We're just about there, I think. Senator England, would you like to speak on the amendment? We have no further questions. Senator Hobson.
Briefly, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Senator Hobson for bringing this amendment. I think this amendment does strengthen the bill. And I do support the amendment and ask you to vote in favor.
Senator Hobson, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Thank you, Senator England. We're ready on the adoption, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My final motion is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Senator McMahon, you want to speak on the bill? Senator Simmons, do you as well? Okay.
I'll be brief for the sake of the body. Mississippi was the first state to enter into prohibition, and we were the last state to exit prohibition in 1964. A framework was set up for a distribution center throughout this state. It's a framework in which they're able to manage and apply penalties and enforce the laws of this state. I always respect what this body wants to do, but before we vote, I want you to be sure that you understand, senators, exactly what you're voting for here. I want you to think about the small rural towns that you represent. Many times in your town, you're going to have maybe a convenience store, if you're lucky, a grocery store, a little package store, and a post office. It's normally what you're going to have. If this bill passes, I want you to understand that we will be allowing to breach the distribution center that currently exists. And this is a vote against your small local businesses, family-owned businesses that have invested money in their business and played by the rules when the framework provided since 1964. So I just want to be sure everyone here understands what you're voting for. I have talked with packaging stores that currently order any type of wine you want as long as there's a minimum to secure the product. So I really do not understand why we continue to spend this body's time trying to change and manipulate these laws. But I'm going to ask you to vote against this legislation, if you will. I had a series of amendments that I was willing to offer that would have made it somewhat more palatable, but I understood they were not going to be germane to the bill. So I'm going to be voting no, and I ask you to think about your small mom and pop retailers out there in your small towns that you're voting against today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator England, we're back on the bill. Senator Simmons did not want to speak on the bill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. My motion is for adoption, final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Senator McMahon, please call the rolls. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Latner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood, Parker, Harts, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Butler, Chazanall, Billingham, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, McCon, Parks, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Whaley, voting yes or yea, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Carter, DeBar, Delano, England, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Jordan, Kirby, McClendon, Michelle, Rhodes, Robinson, Sparks, Suber, Thompson, Wiggins, and Williams. Voting no or nay, Blackwell, Boyd, Bryan, Chisholm, Fillingham, Frazier, Johnson, Latner, McCon, McMahon, Norwood, Parker, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Whaley, and Younger. Voting present, Barnett and Butler.
By a vote of 25 to 21, the measure fails. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 2, Senate Bill 2802, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2802, Municipal and County Fire Funds, increased funds transferred to by DOR from the collection of certain taxes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. One moment. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Introduction, out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the West Gallery, I'd like the Senate to welcome folks from the Ambulance Association, Mr. Todd Jones from Covington County, if you'd please stand, Tyler Blaylock, Rural Rapid Response, Dave Eldridge, Med Staff, Julia Clark, Mississippi Ambulance Alliance, Curtis Weldon from Pafford, Randy Murray from Pafford, Todd Mitchell from Pafford, and John Paul Gates from Pafford. Also, Mr. Norm Miller, ASAP, and James Garrick, MServ. Senate, give them a warm welcome, please. Also, Lieutenant Governor, I have one more introduction, if I may. Henry, where'd you go? Come on, come here. One of our pages, Mr. Henry Lynch from Hernando, Mississippi, Lieutenant Governor's page, happens to have his mother in the South Gallery today, Alderperson Natalie Lynch from Hernando, and also with her, Alderman Chad Wicker, who happens to be my alderman, was my planning director in Hernando. Y'all please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Natalie. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate your lending us your son. Senator Turner.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have joining us in the West Gallery women of the Mississippi Women's Economic Security Initiative Coalition and Mississippi Women's Roundtable. They're representing women across the state, and you will be receiving gifts that are bags, and they want us to help them secure the bag for Mississippi families. Ladies, thank you all for being here. Senate, please let us make them welcome.
Thank you. All right, Senator Harkins, let's move on here.
Go to item 2, Senate Bill 2802, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2802, Municipal and County Fire Funds, increased funds transferred to by DOR from the collection of certain taxes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move we adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Robinson to
Senator Robinson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2802 does two things. It increases the annual payment required of DOR to the credit of the county volunteer fire department fund and to the credit of the municipal fire protection fund by $7.5 million for each fund. The money to this fund comes annually out of the insurance premium tax collected from taxes levied on the gross premiums on fire insurance policies written on properties within the state. The second thing Bill number 2802 does, it increases the percentage payment of the DOR to credit the county volunteer fire department and to credit the municipal fire protection fund from half of 10% to 10% of any growth after the 1990 of the insurance premium tax collected annually from the taxes levied on the gross premium on fire insurance policies written on properties within the state. And the committee sub is adding a reverse repealer of June 30, 2025. We hope to keep this bill alive, and it will be reviewed and discussed during the appropriation process. And we do know that it is subject to funds available during that process. I move adoption of the committee sub.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator?
I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? According to voting, no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Harkins. Thank you, Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 3, Senate Bill 2846, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2846, Economic Development Projects, expand local government authority in certain agreements in support of.
Make the usual motion.
The usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2846 is a bill that allows municipalities or counties to join together in a project that might qualify under MFLEX or under TIF or RETA funding. This is often where the revenues are pledged against a bond type situation. Normally, they are not able to join in together, but some of your smaller counties or municipalities under this would be able to join together. There were a couple of questions in committee, and I will have an amendment at the proper time that address the quantity or the cap on dollars, which I believe is on line 131, which is $10 million. Ultimately, the amendment would reduce that to $5 million, and then there's language that will be added, and I'll have that put on the board here in just a second, that based on questions in committee and consultation with MDA, that would hopefully provide some protection. There was some concern in committee that maybe the smaller counties or units of government may need somebody to assist them as they go into consideration of these economic development projects. So that is a brief explanation of the bill. And again, I do have an amendment which I've spoken to a little bit. Mr. President, I yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the bill by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, the bill is adopted. We go to rules. Senator Kirby.
What? No, I have an amendment. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Yes.
see that. Y'all need to come quicker, man, if you got an amendment.
I'm sorry. I had it.
All right, we don't have it on the screen, I don't think.
All right.
I didn't see it on the screen. Let me put it that way. Okay, we'll be back on the amendment. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is on the screen, which addresses what I had explained, that the movement from $10 million to $5 million as a cap, and then the language that was suggested from the Mississippi Development Authority, which would give them the ability to certify or sign off on such a project to give some protection to these smaller municipalities or counties. I would move for adoption of the amendment. I would yield any questions if there are questions on the amendment.
Okay, now we go. Senator DeBar, for what purpose, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I think we passed that bill already, and so how can we do a bill that we've already passed and moved on to the rules calendar?
We didn't call it, Senator. I didn't call the bill. I asked if there was a vote.
I think you did because you called up Senator Kirby to handle the rules calendar.
I did. I did call up Senator Kirby to handle the rules calendar. That's correct. But I don't believe that we called the bill. One moment, please.
Just move to reconsider the motion that's passed for purposes of
Right now.
Okay, Senator Sparks.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote by which the measure passed.
All right, we're back to reconsider the vote. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
I think we need to vote on this motion.
My motion is that we move to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Now that we're back on the bill, the amendments on the board, that is a reduction from $10 million to $5 million plus the MDA language that was suggested for certification, and that is an explanation of the amendment. I would yield any questions on the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Blunt? For what purpose, sir?
I have a question on the amendment, if we're on the amendment.
We're on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. This is, I know you and I had a conversation with the folks at MDA. Does this address those concerns that we discussed?
That is correct. They were consulted, and this is the language that they provided.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Okay, other questions?
If there are no further questions, I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if there are no further questions, I'd move for passage of the bill on the morning roll call.
One more call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Coders voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Kirby? Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Mr. President, motion to reconsider. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on item number 1, Senate Bill 2145.
To the chairman, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain item 4, go to item 5, Senate Bill 2087, as the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2087, General Laws, repeal requirement that advance sheets be published and distributed.
Usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, it's a one-paragraph bill. All it's doing is giving the Joint Committee of Compilation and Revision Publication the authority to no longer or either discontinue or negotiate the price on the light blue book. It's called advance sheets that we get each year. We found that very few people, if any, ever read those little light blue books. And this is just giving the committee the authority to negotiate with a publisher. No questions after use morning roll call, final passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 6 through 11. Go to item number 12, Senate Bill number 2449, as the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2449, ORP, revised for existing participants and terminate for employees hired on or after July 1st, 2025.
Make the usual motion, Mr. President.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I yield to the author of the bill, Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2449 addresses the optional retirement program in the state of Mississippi. This program was created in 1990. It is an IHL-related program that certain employees at IHL would be offered the opportunity to opt out of PERS, optional being the key word. The employee puts 9% into the account, and the state then matches, or the employer matches, to a certain amount. Over the years, this amount was tied to the employer contribution rate. So as we discussed in detail yesterday, the employer contribution rate that has risen and risen and risen and is headed to 19.9 is also the amount these IHL institutions have to pay on behalf of an ORP employee who is not a PERS employee. In legislation years ago, 2.5% of that employer contribution rate was allowed to go to the PERS side of the books to pay on the unfunded actuarial liability. That number was not tied to the increase. Therefore, every time the employer rate goes up, more money goes directly to an ORP participant's account and not into PERS. There should have been no correlation between the employer contribution rate as is paid on PERS employees to pay the defined benefit for tiers 1 through 4 as it relates to a contribution match to the ORP account. This bill would cap for current ORP participants the state's portion into their account at 9%, with the remainder going in to pay the PERS unfunded actuarial liability. This would also cease as of the effective date of the bill, and I will have an amendment that moves that date to March 1st, 2026 to coincide with the Tier 5 that we passed yesterday. That is an explanation of the bill. There will be no new ORP after the effective date. The employer can certainly make additional contributions to their participants' contracts or accounts up to the maximum amount allowable by law, but that will be outside of the 19.9% where we're headed on the employer contribution rate. I would yield to any questions on the committee sub.
Questions on the sub. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, you said cap at 9%. What happens to the rest?
It goes to the unfunded actuarial liability account at PERS to help pay this obligation that we owe to our PERS employees for tiers 1 through 4, where we have an unfunded actuarial liability of about $26.5 billion. Passage of this bill will probably put approximately $30 million annually toward that unfunded actuarial liability, and as the years go by and new employees go into Tier 5, it will be probably $80 million new dollars a year going toward the unfunded actuarial liability. So between what we did yesterday on Tier 5, which added approximately $140 million annually toward the PERS unfunded actuarial liability, this would take us likely over $200 million at some point in the future as people age out or move out of the ORP program, that pays toward that unfunded actuarial liability without raising the employer contribution rate on our counties and our cities and our school districts, or raising a tax, or taking money away from MDOT, or some other diversion. This is literally the 19.9% that all employers will already be paying. That's an explanation to the best of my ability.
And this take effect July 1 of this year?
No, sir. March 1 of 2026 is an amendment that I will offer to change that date. You are correct in the committee sub, but based on the fact that in the Tier 5 language it was March 1, 2026, we will move to amend this language to match that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please proceed.
My question is if this matter is properly before the Senate. When the motion to reconsider was made, there had been no intervening business.
Pardon me?
The question is if this matter is properly before the Senate. The motion to reconsider was made and there had been no intervening business.
Never mind, sorry.
Senator Turner, we're on item 12 on the calendar, so we're not on the motion to reconsider. Thank you for your inquiry. Senator Williams, please proceed.
Does this bill in any way change the original contract with the employee?
The original contract with the employer would be between the institution. The first thing that happens with an ORP is that they opt out of PERS. Whatever contract is between them and their employer is between them and their employer. This has to do with the employee contribution rate being tied to what goes into their account. So Again, I've had these conversations with most of our IHL institutions. If they want to make up the difference, they're welcome to do that. But this puts a cap on it, and they're not. This portion of the ORP is not a PERS employment issue. This is not a tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a boat that we're all in PERS, and there is a boat that they chose to get in for ORP that's a different boat.
The ORP money, is that funded through the PERS account?
It is based on whatever the PERS employer contribution rate is. That's how the reduction became 2.5% that would flow over to the PERS account. But that's the flaw in this ORP program, in my opinion, and why the bill's coming forward, is that there should have never been a correlation to the employer contribution rate. As it rose, only 2.5% went to PERS. So I can't believe this has gone on as long as it has. There's $500 million in payroll in ORP. So every point is worth about $5 million, if I'm doing my math correctly. And it's just unconscionable that only 2.5% of this amount is going toward PERS that should have never been tied to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you. I think you've answered this, Senator, but I just want to make sure the people that are in an ORP plan right now, they can remain in that plan.
That's correct.
Any new people coming in after the effective date, there will be no ORP plan, and they'll go to the DCDB hybrid plan that we passed yesterday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the language in this, let me find it, that the employer may make in its discretion additional contributions, that's just for the continuing employees. That's no new people coming in.
That's correct. And I had an alternative language I was potentially going to offer that would have said, you just keep paying what you want to pay, and we're going to give you a 9% credit. And if you continue to pay over the 9%, we'll just let PERS assess you quarterly. That was not received with welcoming arms, so therefore I stayed with the flat 9%. So therefore, we're still matching their defined contribution 9 to 9.
Okay.
Under the proposed law.
So for those employees that are prone to, a lot of this is in the university system, for those employees that are prone to move across the country for different jobs, whether professor or otherwise, they're going to have a DC plan much like they would have had probably anyway. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think some of the concerns is that maybe the program got a little broad in its definition of who it is, because you said mostly IHL, only IHL. We have, as I understand it, football coaches in these programs. I guess anybody that would somewhat qualify as a faculty.
Well, they're prone to move too, right?
Oh yeah, and so 9 to 9 match, as I understand it, is still very generous compared to states around us. 6% is about the highest match I can find anywhere else. But unfortunately, we did not decouple their rate from the employer contribution rate for actual PERS people, and it has completely gotten out of hand.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions? Other questions? Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
In great hesitation, my motion would be to adopt the committee sub, but I have an amendment, so if I need to do the amendment first, I'm going to move. All right, I'm going to move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment, sir?
And the amendment should be on the board. The amendment does two things. It changes the date of July 1, 2025 to March 1st, 2026 with Senator Jordan's question earlier, and it changes the word equal to up to That is an administrative fee that PERS would still receive to run this compensation program, and it is up to instead of equal to. That would be the amendment. I would yield any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment?
If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Passage morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Williams, no. Boyd, no. Parker, no. Norwood, no. Black, no. Blackwell, no. Whaley, no. McClendon, no. Brumfield, no. Chisholm, no. Hill, no. Parks, no. Frazier, no. Barrett, no. Barrett, Barnett, no. Jackson, no. Butler, no. Jordan, no. No. Tate. Anyone else? Simmons, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? What's the total? Bill passes, 18 noes. Okay, Senator, let's go back. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 13 through 21.
Items 13 through 21 are maintained, placed on the calendar. Go to motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Senator Parker.
For an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
One moment, please, sir. Motions to reconsider. Senator Tate, you're recognized for introduction real quick, y'all. We have one matter we need to take care of for our friends in the military.
My motion is that we suspend the rules and move ahead in the calendar to item number 87, Senate nomination number 8.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please
Yes.
proceed, Senator.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 87 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 8, Major General Bobby Merrill Gann, Jr., Mississippi, Adjutant General of the Mississippi National Guard, appointment effective August 1st, 2024, for the remainder of a 4-year term that runs concurrent with Governor's second term in office.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Major General Gann came before the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. He answered all the questions to the committee's satisfaction. His peer and statement of economic interest came back with no red flags. I will say that whenever you talk to people in the Guard, that they will say that this is not a politician, this is not a political pick, this is a soldier. This is, as they would say, one of us. And with that, Mr. President, if there's no questions, my motion is do advise and consent.
Seeing no questions, motion is to advise and consent. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Congratulations, General Gann. Look forward to working with you. Please tell him you made it. It's good to see you, Tommy. All right, we'll go to motions to reconsider here. Senator Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 23, Senate Bill 2874. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2874, depression screening for birth mothers require health care professionals to administer and health insurance cover.
Move to table the motion.
Motion is to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill is tabled. Anyone else? Motions to reconsider. Senator Boyd? Are you?
Number 28.
Which number are you, Senator?
I'm
27.
No, 25. I'm sorry.
All All right, Senator Barnett, 25.
Yes, Mr. President, I motion that we table the item, motion to reconsider item 25 on today's calendar.
Motion is to table. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Okay, Senator Boyd, we're up.
Mr. President, ask that we go to item number 26, Senate Bill 2515, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2515, Refocus Act, enact.
Mr. President, I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
I'd like to speak on the motion.
Please proceed. Senator Parker, yours is still an introduction. One moment, please. Senator, speak on the motion to reconsider 26. We have 5 minutes for Senator Boyd and 5 minutes for Senator Bryan.
A lot of attention has been paid to Section 4 of the bill. I'm not here to talk about that, though I could. But I'm very concerned about the first part of the bill, which is going to be some study committee about universities. I keep saying over and over again, we're going in the wrong direction, and we've got our foot on the accelerator going as fast as we can. I'm extremely concerned about the de-emphasis of arts, language, etc., the humanities in our public universities. There are graduates of our universities that know next to nothing about literature that I think all of us considered generally known by everybody who finished high school. A university is not a trade school. And while I certainly agree with all the emphasis on technical matters and emphasis on careers, I'm concerned about what's happening with the humanities. And I'm concerned that this task force does not adequately focus on that. I'm also greatly concerned about what's happening to rural America and to rural areas in Mississippi, and more and more and more areas are becoming rural. The location of universities in Itabena, in Cleveland, in Columbus, and Lorman are important to those areas. And particularly in Cleveland and Columbus, they're part of the fabric of those communities. I hear discussions all the time about these 4 smaller universities. It is not unusual for a state the size of Mississippi to have 8 institutions of higher learning. That's about average. What is unusual is that we have either 3 or 4 trying to be comprehensive universities. So if we want to do something to get the state in line, let's start talking about closing one of them. This focus, almost malevolence, toward the smaller universities, I think is misplaced, and I'm concerned that in the name of efficiency, we're going to do away with smaller institutions. So I'm concerned about the feature of this bill that deals with the task force.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, you have 5 minutes, ma'am.
I think the senator who spoke before me spoke most eloquently. I think we are all concerned about the humanities, and I think that is something we all cherish. But we have a challenge to make sure that our university system is strong. And if we don't help some of our universities become stronger, there is a dark future for them. And that is what this task force is assigned to do, is make sure that we help these universities be stronger, to figure out what is the best for the state of Mississippi. We've looked at graduation rates, we've pawed through them, we've looked at their performances on many of their testing and things like that. And folks, we've got some work to do. We've got a lot of work to do. Our jail system has a lot of work to do to help these colleges and universities succeed. And it is our job as the legislature and to help this state to make sure that we're doing our part in looking at how our universities are growing and not growing in many instances. So I think it is imperative that we study this and we continue to study this. And this task force aligns the people up, the study commission aligns the people up who can make sure that what we're doing is going to lead to more graduates in this state. Our graduation rates are not what they need to be. Our college attainment level is very low, and we need to improve. And this is the way we do it. We study it. We don't stick our heads in the ground and act like it's not going on, because we've done that for far too long. It is time to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. President, and I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table. The motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we're on 27, motions to reconsider. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2245, 16th Section, Land Removal Board of Supervisors from having to approve leases and substitute Secretary of State.
Mr. President, my motion is that we reconsider the vote by which it passed for the purpose of an amendment.
Motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now,
Mr. President, I'd like to yield to Senator Hobson to explain his amendment.
Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, when Senator DeBar handled this bill, this concerned the Secretary of State approval, which was amended and deleted out of the bill entirely. There was a section in the back that dealt with major economic development in Mississippi. And when one of the sections that had the Secretary of State information was deleted from the bill, it actually left a little bit of confusion between the 16th section bills and the major Mississippi Economic Act bill. So they had asked that we reinsert the language, nothing to do with Secretary of State. It simply just reinserts Section 2 of the original bill, and the only changes it makes is to add the subsection 7F of the Mississippi Major Economic Act, so that this doesn't create any confusion between the provisions in existing law as it relates to projects that have already been done in Mississippi. I think Continental and AWS are two, as the mineral rights issue that we handled. I know it's confusing, that we handled in the second part of the bill that was passed last week. So this is a technical amendment to make sure there's no confusion between those two statutes. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment?
If none, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, we're back on the motion to reconsider. Is that correct? Or we are back on the amendment? We've amended the bill. We reconsidered. Now we're on approval of the bill. Final passage. Okay. Final passage by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we recognize for motion to reconsider on Senate Bill 2794, item 14 on yesterday's calendar.
One moment. We need the title, please, ma'am. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
14 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2794.
Senate Bill 2794 PERS require any terminated plan to pay unfunded actuarial accrued liability to board in a lump sum before termination.
Move that we reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2794 was passed and ask to be recognized to explain.
Motion is to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
We're on the committee sub, and there's an amendment to the committee sub. We passed this with a reverse repealer in it. I had put a Senator Barr had asked to put a reverse repealer in it in committee till we had some language confirmed. That language was in fact confirmed, and I failed to offer the amendment to remove the reverse repealer. I would now ask to have that amendment put on the screen for 2749. to remove the reverse repealer.
One moment.
This is the bill dealing with the net pension liability that was sponsored by myself and I think Senator Blunt.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator.
Would simply strike and shall stand repealed on June 30, 2025. I'd yield any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
As usual, I'm just trying to find out what's going on. I'm looking for the bill on yesterday's calendar. Can you tell us what the bill does?
Yes, sir. It's item number 14 will be in the rules calendar. This is the bill that we discussed the net pension liability for each employer, and that if they were to leave the system, that they would settle up whatever their portion of the net pension liability was. But unfortunately, I failed to make the amendment to remove the reverse repealer that was added in committee. Therefore, we passed a bill with a reverse repealer, and my amendment today is to strike that language on line 310 and shall stand repealed on June 30th, 2025. If there are any other questions, I'll be glad to yield to them. If not, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted, Senator.
Then I would, at this time, I'd suggest use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Final passage, use of the morning roll call. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. She can't vote quite yet.
That sounds like an objection.
No, I think we're good. All in favor signify. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Hey, Vicki, good to see you. She did really well. Okay, on the motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider. Any others? Any others? Senator Wiggins, on motions to reconsider, sir.
Go to item 29, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2328, squatters authorized removal from property by sheriff and amend residential landlord and tenant act.
My motion is we table the motion to reconsider, please.
Motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motions to reconsider. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to go to item 30, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2510, gaming, include online interactive and computerized versions thereof, increase penalties and authorize forfeiture.
The motion is that we do reconsider the vote whereby the bill passed for the purposes of allowing one of our members to change his vote.
Motion is to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Now I move that we adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 31 and have the title called up, the bill read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2300, construction contracts, bring forward code sections for possible amendment.
I move that we table the motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
Motion to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 32, Senate Bill 2748, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2748, Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act provides provisions related to.
Motion is to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motions to reconsider. Anyone else? Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Today, I would like the Senate to welcome mine and Vicky's grandbaby, Miss Vivian McClendon,
Hey, Vivian.
7.5 months old.
Welcome, Vivian. We're glad you're here. We'll see you in 21 years. Okay, next we go to the General Calendar Center filling game.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 34 and go to item number 35.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2347, methamphetamine, revised penalty for simple possession of certain amounts.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. If you recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2347 addresses methamphetamine. I've presented this bill a couple different times. We've passed it, I believe, on this end. The minor methamphetamine possession currently for a misdemeanor is under 1/10 of a gram. Anything that's 1/10 to 2/10 is punished by a 3-year felony crime. We'll offer an amendment at the proper time to the bill. The language that is before you in the bill is very similar to the amendment, but we just got with the Department of Mental Health for some good better terminology as it relates. But the gist of the bill is that we would raise that 1/10 to 1 gram. Therefore, if it is 1 gram or less, it would be a misdemeanor, punishable by a fine, not more than 30 days in jail for a first offense. On a second offense, it would be no less than 5 days, up to 6 months. But in both of those occasions, we want the individual to have an assessment required under a certified department certified provider from the Department of Mental Health to address this issue. And on the second offense, that there is a treatment provided that they would be required to take. And that is, the purpose of that is the methamphetamine convictions are often occurring 1.5 to 2 years after an arrest because of the backlog at the crime lab. And generally, I don't know casual methamphetamine users. If somebody's using methamphetamine, they are addicted, and if we catch them early and they go to a misdemeanor court where they will get in front of a judge within most likely 30 days or so, that they can have this issue addressed before they eventually end up with a property crime or some other crime. So it will continue to be from 1 gram to 2 grams will be a felony, and that crime will be raised to 5 years from the 3 years. The reason for that is that our intervention courts are a 5-year jurisdiction, and some judges are uncomfortable pleading people into intervention court for that smaller quantity felony because with only 3 years, they don't feel like they have jurisdiction that they would keep over them. The other thing that would happen on a third offense, even on the low quantity of a gram or less, it would also be a felony and it would be a 5-year crime. That is an explanation of the bill. There is an amendment that cleans that language up a little bit and asks to put that on the screen.
Let's adopt the bill first and then we'll do the amendment, sir.
I have no committee sub. It's the original bill, and I still adopt the original bill?
Yeah. Do you have an amendment you said?
I have an amendment that I would like to have considered for adoption and not pass final passage on the actual bill.
Right. So we'll adopt the bill.
No, I'm sorry. I thought I got called on a point of order for that earlier.
Okay, we'll go on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment to the bill, if it's up on the screen again, as I explained, it's a gram or less. A first offense would be a misdemeanor, and the court shall require the defendant to be assessed whether the defendant should participate in a drug treatment program approved by the Department of Mental Health, unless the court enters a written finding that that treatment is inappropriate. On the second offense, again, the punishment is there. The court will require the defendant to participate in a drug treatment program approved by the Department of Mental Health from a certified provider unless the court enters a written finding that that is inappropriate. A third offense within 5 years shall be a felony even for that lower amount, and it's a 5-year felony. The further amendment is that there was a repealer in this bill that was the wrong year. It is 27 changed to 29, and the date of active, again, I've dropped this bill before, so 2022 is in the bill for the effective date. That would be changed to 2025. I would yield any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Simmons? One, okay. No, seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if there are no further questions, I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator Simmons now.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Please proceed. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
One moment, we're going to do the amendment first, Senator, and then come right back to your question on the bill. Senator Simmons?
Yes, sir. Actually.
Okay, Senator Simmons is recognized. We're on the amendment. It's on the screen, Senators.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. And to the senators, the amendment that is showing on the screen is being actually updated based upon the amendment that was just adopted. We did prepare the amendment before we adopted the amendment that Chairman Sparks just passed. And as I understand it, they are giving us the updated copy of the amendment to conform with the amendment that was just adopted. May I proceed, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, what this amendment does in our code where we have a misdemeanor amount of marijuana, it conforms exactly with the spirit of what Chairman Sparks just presented as relates to meth. And so what the amendment does is for the misdemeanor amount of marijuana currently that exists in the code, we want the Department of Mental Health to allow those who are charged with a misdemeanor amount of marijuana the same opportunity that they are afforded in the bill that's before you regarding methamphetamine. And so it's a drug training program approved by the Department of Mental Health from a department certified provider unless the court enters a written finding that a drug training program is inappropriate, which tracks the exact same language of what was just adopted for meth. That's an explanation of the amendment, and I'll yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Simmons, and I appreciate you talking with me about this amendment. This is the felony conviction as it relates to marijuana, correct?
In the code, it allows for marijuana at this misdemeanor amount to be treated as a misdemeanor or felony.
Correct, but the language you're asking to strike would eliminate the felony, correct?
The intent of the amendment is just to treat the misdemeanor portion of marijuana as currently that it exists in the code to allow for that drug training program for marijuana for that misdemeanor amount. And so nowhere where it actually in the code where it is a felony, that the intent is to make sure just the misdemeanor portion of marijuana is allowed to be treated for the
I have no problem with the concept of the court being able to order that. I think they could order it currently, but if you strike the language, and I realize this is an either or, this is for 30 grams but less than 250 grams. So this is an amount that you are correct. The code allows it to be a 1 year in the county jail, which we've always deemed as a misdemeanor. But as I read the amendment, you're trying to strike or by a fine of not more than $3,000 imprisonment, Department of Corrections, not more than 3 years or both, and then insert this language. If you're just wanting to insert this language, I have no problem with the amendment, but if you're striking that last part, you're actually striking the felony portion of this possession.
The amount in the original bill that was before the Senate, was that just for misdemeanor? The misdemeanor portion of meth? Or was it the felony amount of meth?
It raised the misdemeanor cap up to 1 gram, but I'm just saying the effectiveness, unless you tell me I'm wrong, of your amendment strikes the felonious portion of this level of marijuana possession.
Well, Senator Sparks, out of all honesty, what the intent of the amendment is, as I recall from a committee, meth had a 0.1 gram that was, in fact, before the adoption of your amendment a minute ago, was a felony amount. 0.1 grams or more.
Between 1 gram and 0.11 would be.
So when that was presented to the committee, and when the bill passed out of committee, the concern was that small amount, aside from it in the code being a felony, that small amount of meth, a lot of people had an addiction related to that small amount. And we were trying to give those individuals the help that they needed. And so what I did in my amendment, when I got it drafted with Legislative Services, I wanted to do the exact same thing that you did with meth for marijuana, the smallest amount of marijuana, and give them the help that they need as well. So that's the intent. And if you can support that, if this is not the right language, then I certainly would love for your support. But I want to do the same thing that you are doing for methamphetamine. I want to do the same thing for those people in Mississippi who abuse marijuana.
And again, I don't have a problem with the concept that you verbally explained, but the amendment as written, and I'm amenable to a reverse repealer in this bill. I'll work with you to try to get that language, but I want to be very clear. You're talking about 30 grams to 250 grams. The current law with marijuana is anything under 30 grams is already a misdemeanor.
But also 30 grams to 250 grams is also a misdemeanor.
It's either or.
It's either or.
It's either or misdemeanor, but I do not support striking the felonious level of punishment that is the either or, but I'm proud to support the treatment. And as I believe you just have testified, not testified, but stated from the well, some people are addicted to marijuana. Yes. So it's an addictive substance that you think needs to be treated just like what I believe is an addictive substance of methamphetamine.
And I agree with that. The felony portion of marijuana, that could be handled at disposition from whatever judge.
That's fine. Would you be willing to withdraw your amendment and let's offer a reverse repealer, and I'll work with you?
Can we see how long it takes the Legislative Services to draft that amendment? I just want it in the bill when we transmit it to the House. And the goal, again, so I'm clear to you and also to the members of the chamber, I don't want to change the felony portion. What could be treated as a felony when they go in front of a judge? If the judge determines it's a felony, it's a felony. But to the extent a judge, for that amount that's currently existing in law, it's treated as a misdemeanor, I want them to get the treatment that they need. Of course, our felony amounts of marijuana, as you know, Chairman Sparks, could go through the drug court or intervention program with the DA and whatever attorney that person may be represented by at the circuit court level. They still can get that in intervention court. But I just want to make sure in our municipal and justice courts that we give the same opportunity for marijuana for smallest amount that you presented for meth.
Then I would suggest that I will have an amendment to your amendment.
That's fine.
At the proper time.
That's fine. And thank you for your support.
Questions on the amendment, Senator Fillingham?
Thank you, Mr. President. For a point of order,
Please proceed.
I would make the motion that the amendment is not germane to the original bill.
One moment, please.
And I'd like to be heard on the point.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized to speak to the point.
Thank you, Mr. President. The original bill dealt with a drug training program approved by the Department of Mental Health for a small amount of a drug that's currently under Title 41, our controlled substance statute. And this basically is under Title 41. It's a drug under that statute, and it also deals with a drug training program approved by the Department of Mental Health. I think it is germane.
Chair, the President rules it's not germane to the bill. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Back on the bill.
Mr. President, I yield to any questions.
Questions? We're back on the bill. Questions? Seeing none, Senator?
I'd move for final passage. We've adopted the amendment, correct?
Yes, sir, you did.
Final passage on morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Hill, no. Tate, no. Chisholm, no. Philman, Ladner, no. Seymour, no. Whaley, no. Anyone else? Barfield, no. Present. Rumfield, present. Parker, no. Parker, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. We have a ways to go, Senate. Appreciate you working through your lunch here. We're going to come back promptly. We're only about halfway through deadline day. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess to 1:30.
1:30. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1:30. I call Senate to order. Senator Fillingane, you had pass and retain on 36. Okay, that brings Senator Williams. Pass and retain. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Turner Ford will pass and retain. Senator Parker. Senate, we're on item 43. Here we are, Dean. Right here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on items 43 and 44. Call up item 45 and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 43, 44. Call up item 45, Senate Bill number 2832. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2832, county website, allow counties without local newspapers to publish certain notices on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to have an amendment that I'm going to get with the desk about right now to add a reverse repealer, but I would like to recognize Senator Rhodes to explain his bill.
Senator Rhodes, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill so I had a case in my district where the local paper went out of business for a short time, ended up working itself out, but they had still asked for this just kind of in case something happened, they didn't have access to a locally circulated paper. And so we were trying to make it very simple to where it was strictly if they went out, didn't have access, that they could use their official county website. That's really all it was. But since then, we've had some talks with some different people looking to possibly want us to look at making some changes. So we're adding a reverse repealer. And so that's really the explanation of the bill.
All right. You're adding a reverse repealer, or it's in the bill?
No.
You have an amendment?
He's working on the amendment.
Okay. Then we'll wait for the amendment. Senator, would you like to take some questions while
Mr. President, are we still on the bill? It's a question for Senator Rhodes.
Okay. Then Senator Seymour, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
Yes, sir.
Senator Seymour.
Does this increase the fee they can charge for government?
It doesn't change. All it does is give them the option to use a county website if they don't have access to a locally circulated paper. It doesn't affect anyone.
It doesn't increase. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Hill.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate your work on this because I think the goal is to try to save the taxpayers money when we can on a local level with all these publications. But I guess my question would be, why don't we just go ahead and say that they can put any of it online or on their social media pages and not continue to use taxpayers' money to protect the failing print media?
Well, it was not my intention to go after and hurt anybody's private small business. So this was strictly just a fail-safe. If they didn't have access, I was not trying to attack anybody.
Oh, I understand that, but I guess my question is, if we have, we're about to pass an election bill in here that says we have to file everything online. So I guess if we can file online, why can't the counties file online? And why do they have to pay these newspapers tax dollars to put this stuff in there?
You asking me that?
I'm just asking.
Oh, well, I don't really know how to answer that.
Again, I appreciate your efforts, and I understand that you're not trying to target anybody, but we're also trying to make our taxpayer dollars go farther because we have, the Doge team up in D.C. looking at all this spending that we don't have to spend on, and I hope that we start looking as a body, as ourselves, not from externally, but internally, as to where we can save taxpayers' money. And I think what you're doing is a good start. So thank you.
Thank you. You have the amendment ready, Senator? Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. President. What the amendment does is just adds a reverse repealer. I was informed that similar bills on the House side are not active, and to Senator Rhodes' point and Senator Hill's points, I think keeping the conversation about this alive is good for us. And so this, by adding this, I think will hopefully get a little more attention as this goes along. So move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Rhodes.
We move for passage based on the use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 46. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2024, Mississippi Commissioner of Insurance to be appointed, position not elected.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This legislation would make the Mississippi Commissioner of Insurance position appointed rather than elected. It has age requirements, education requirements, experience requirements, and currently there's 40 states that appoint their commissioner instead of electing them. This bill passed with a very slim margin in the Insurance Committee, and from talking with many of you, I don't feel like there's a sentiment out there for this legislation to become law, and also from getting back with the Insurance Commissioner. So my motion is to recommit this bill to the committee from which it came.
Motion, seeing no questions, the motion is to recommit. I'm sorry, Senator. An amendment at the proper time? Now would be the proper time.
There's a motion to recommit.
Okay. Amendment. You're not going to do the amendment? Okay, the motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now we'll go to item 47. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 47, Senate Bill number 2280, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2280, Mississippi Wild Turkey Stamp established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
This is a bill that we had passed. I moved to adopt the committee sub.
Okay, well, would you explain and then we'll vote on it, please?
This is a bill we had passed last year. This creates a wild turkey stamp. This bill has kind of been requested by the turkey hunters. It involves a stamp that you will pay $10 for an in-state resident, and it's $100 for an out-of-state resident. This money will be used for, in Section 7, be used for a tag program, regulating the harvest of wild turkeys, restoring, enhancing, protecting wild turkey populations on public and private land in Mississippi, scientific research, increasing the access to available turkey hunting opportunities. There's some federal money that's available that I think it's a 3-to-1 match. This estimated to bring in a little over $1 million a year in revenue, and we should be able to draw down another $3 million. This will be for residents 16 to 65 years old. We'll create some exceptions for lifetime license holders and also that are totally service disabled or disabled per the Social Security Administration will be exempt from paying any kind of fee on this bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I believe Senator Hobson, for what purpose? Senator Hobson. You passed? Okay, seeing no questions, motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's adopted. Senator Suber. Use some more roll call?
I use more roll call. I thought someone said they had a question.
No questions. Thank you. Senator suggests use some more roll call. Final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Williams. Anyone else? Senator Whaley. Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? For what purpose, Senator?
To announce a pair.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. First, Senator Parker. No. Okay. Senator Parker, no. And Senator Seymour, no. Senator DeBar, no. Senator McMahon, no. Anyone else? Please read off the noes. Mr. Clerk, if you would, let's make sure we have the correct.
Are you going to let him announce that pair?
Oh, I'm sorry, we do have a pair. I'm sorry. Senator Barrett?
Yeah, if Senator Tate were here, he would vote no, and I would vote aye.
Okay. Record the pair, please.
Voting no or nay, Wiggins, Whaley, Chisholm, Seymour, Parker, DeBar, and McMahon.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose? To the vote?
I voted aye.
Voted aye. Senator Wiggins is aye. Okay, seeing no others.
Thanks, Pop.
Seeing no others, this is passed. Okay, Senator Suber.
I'm going to pass and retain number item 48, and only go to item 49, Senate Bill 2282, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain item 48, go to item 49, Senate Bill 2282. Ask the title be read, please.
Senate Bill 2282, drones allow use of for hunting, trapping, and taking wild hogs.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
I want to recognize Senator Whaley to present the bill.
Senator Whaley, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the committee substitute, we have an amendment that I'd like to adopt before I explain the committee sub, if we may.
We usually adopt the committee sub, then amend. Is that okay to adopt the committee sub first?
Sure.
With you, and then amend the bill after committee sub's adopted. So your motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor? Oh, and I'm sorry, you're going to explain first, and then we're going to adopt. Yeah. I like to mess up, Senator.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, excuse me. Basically what we have with this bill, wild hogs have become a huge problem in the state of Mississippi. Destroy private land, crop land, you name it, wherever there's a hog, there's a problem. So basically we're in an all hands on deck approach to wild hogs and the eradication of the problem. The committee sub reads to you that they would be hunted, trapped, and taken with the aid of the unmanned aerial vehicles or drones to the extent permitted by federal law except during deer season. And we're going to have an amendment that will address the language that changed hunted to observed. So basically you'll be able to look for the wild hogs, to use the drones as a tool to help find them where you can eradicate them. And that's an explanation of the committee sub.
Senator Chisholm, for what purpose? Do you yield Senator Chisholm for a question?
I do.
Senator
Thank
Chisholm.
you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Is the only exception during deer season?
Yes, ma'am.
What about duck season? We have a lot of people that do a lot of duck hunting.
Well, duck season is in the same time frame of deer season, so those seasons would coexist within each other. But the idea is that they do not want the drones during deer season because people would be looking for the deer as far as the large bucks to target. So that's the reason why the deer season language was put in.
I'm not a hunter, so I didn't know for sure about the seasons, but thank you for working on this.
Yes, ma'am.
I support this bill.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Seymour.
I do.
Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, Would this allow, I'm just going to use this as, you are the hunter and I'm the landowner. Is this going to allow you to fly your drone over my personal property and observe it?
You know, we're doing nothing to change any of the FAA regulations and rules. There are strict guidelines set on that, and this bill does not have anything to do with that. This just is doing some cleanup language with the department. That way, this application can be used for hunting with wild hogs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay, seeing no further questions, a motion was to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for the amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like I said earlier, the amendment just simply changes on line 57 the word hunted to observed, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Any question on that?
And also it removes the reverse repealer. I'm sorry.
Okay, seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now for final passage, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting? No. Senator Seymour. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Boyd. Item 50.
I'd ask to go to item 50 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2221, Campus Safety, requiring institutions of higher learning to review safety procedures concerning student living accommodations.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
I'd like to ask Senator Williams to come explain the bill, please.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I think we got a committee sub, and then I think we may have a series of amendments when we're done. So
Okay.
I'd like to be asked to explain the committee sub, please.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. Simply what this bill does is it charges each of our IHLs and all of our community colleges that put a report together that I think is going to be ready in October to basically take an inventory of all their housing, of what's co-ed and what's single-sex dorms, housing, things of that nature, and things around safety related to that. And simply put, that's what this bill does. I'll yield for questions on the bill.
Senator Chisholm, for what purpose?
I have an amendment at the proper time.
At the proper time. Senator Polk, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Polk for a question.
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Question is, why are we having to pass a law to do this? Why couldn't it just be policy for IHL and community colleges?
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that those questions have been asked, and some institutions did not have a good inventory of what were single-sex and what were not, and I think that's what brought this about.
But couldn't a policy from IHL say, go do it, and it get done?
I'm sure it probably could, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a good point.
Senator Chisholm, have you brought your amendment forward?
Yes, I have an amendment as well.
Right.
I think is ready.
They just need to get hers ready as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
We may have another one too, I think, from Senator Norwood.
Okay.
Your amendment up.
But first, we haven't adopted a committee sub, have we? So we haven't adopted committee sub, so the motion is adopt the committee sub, and then we'll amend later.
Okay.
Senator.
My motion be that we would adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves that we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Williams.
Have an amendment if it's the proper time.
Now would be a good time.
Okay. Should be on the screen an amendment coming. We got it. We got it. It's coming up. What this amendment simply does is it wants to ask the question, students under the age of 21 that are required to live in on-campus housing, is it safer for them to live in same-sex dorms? To examine that question and also the visiting of in those same-sex dorms, would it be advisable to not have opposite-sex visiting? That's a concern that's also there, just looking at if that segregation would be safer for those students that are required to live on campus. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Any questions on the amendment?
I'd move for adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Williams, another amendment?
I think we have another amendment. Who is next? Senator Norwood.
Senator Norwood for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, this amendment basically deals with the creation of a homeless study group, basically studying the causes. We know the effects basically, but the cause of homelessness, and it's a 12-member committee that will be formulated. It will be appointed, should be made appointed within 30 days effective of this act, and it will do a report back to the legislature on December the 1st, by December the 1st, 2025. No question, Mr. President. I would go ahead and.
Well, Senator, we do have a couple of questions. Senator Wiggins for a question.
Point of order. The amendment's not germane to the bill.
Hold on.
And if I may speak on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You may speak.
The bill's dealing with dormitories and that, and this amendment is solely focused, or is focusing on homelessness and a study for homelessness.
Senator Norwood, Chair's ruling that is not germane to the bill. Okay, next amendment.
Senator Chisholm.
Senator Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. This amendment that I have is a really, really simple amendment, but it's a very important amendment. And what it says is a student subject to the registration requirements under sections 453321 through 453363 may not reside in a dormitory or other student living accommodations located on the institution or college's campus or managed by the institution or college if you are a registered sex offender. All this bill does is protect our children from registered sex offenders to be able to live on the campus or in the dormitory. Yield for questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator.
If there are no questions, I move to.
Oh, we do have a question. Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just based off the ruling of the chairs today, I was just wondering.
Wait a minute. Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
No, I just want to raise a point of order.
Yes, sir.
What, and the point?
The point is that this amendment is not germane. That's my point.
Hold on. Senator Chisholm, your point is well taken, but it's really not germane to the bill.
Thank you. I move to adopt the amendment.
No, it's not germane to the
Not
bill.
to, I'm sorry.
It's well taken, but not germane to this particular bill.
Not germane.
Okay, Senator Williams.
No, I'm good. If there are no other questions, I'd move to adopt the committee sub by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
We have a question. Senator Turner, do you have a question?
I do, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield, Senator
I
Turner?
do.
Senator Turner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone attempted to request this information from the institutions of higher learning?
Yes, ma'am.
And they could not submit it or would not?
It is my understanding they did not have an accurate inventory of co-ed housing versus single-sex housing. And I'm not sure what institution it was.
So this request was sent to one institution in particular? Is that?
It was sent to the IHL board, I believe. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am, to the IHL board.
So it was sent to IHL, and IHL said they did not have an inventory or a census about co-ed versus single-sex.
As I understand it, yes, ma'am.
How was the request submitted? What is it that was requested? I guess what I'm trying to.
I'm not sure. It was an oral request.
An oral request?
Yes, ma'am.
And so no one has attempted to use the public records law
ma'am.
to request this information?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And this is a report that they want in October, so it's not like setting it up to be an ongoing thing.
I'm not sure I understood. This is something that was requested in October?
No, it's due by this October. But as far as I understand, it's not something we're putting in perpetuity that becomes an annual thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator McClendon.
I do.
Senator McClendon.
So this will also include fraternities and sororities, houses that are on campus.
Those, I believe they'll be excluded, won't they? I believe they're excluded because those are not campus-owned housing. And maybe they're separate leases. They may or may not be on campus-owned property, but there's a different relationship there than like a dormitory or faculty housing or student housing or something of that nature.
Can we go back to the amendment?
We are on the memo, aren't we?
My amendment, we're on the committee sub at the moment.
Maybe committee sub then. Is it?
We're back to there are no amendments. We're back on the amended committee sub, basically, is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Motion?
If briefly, Mr. President, I may, IHL does a very good job, but this was a specific question that was asked, I think, that some people want to know the answer to. And as a father of two young ladies and one entering college this fall, I think it's good information that we're trying to obtain just to get an idea of what that composition looks like across our state. With that being said, I would ask for passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call
Thank you,
as
Mr. President.
voting aye. The bill is passed. Now we'll go to item 51. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain item 51. We'll go to item 52. Business and financials. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 52 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2496, Mississippi Earned Wage Access Services Act, enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like you to recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2496 allows the Mississippi Earned Wage Access Services Act. This is the circumstance where someone is working and gainfully employed and their employer signs up to utilize this service, that their employee could receive their earned wages in a more expedited fashion. If people are paid every week, you get your check on Friday, biweekly, monthly, you have to wait for that check. But technically, or not technically, actually, when I've worked 8 hours today, I've earned 8 hours of pay. That's my money. I just have to wait till the employer issues a normal payroll cycle. This would allow the employer to enter into an agreement and the employee to enter into an agreement that if they wanted to access their pay more frequently than that, that they would have the opportunity to get to that money at their discretion. The fees as it relates to this from a provider, as you see on line 40 or 41, a subscription or a membership for the services, this is something that the employer is going to enter into that agreement, that the employer would have to be involved with this for it to be able to work. And again, if you've ever employed people, there's probably people who've come to you from time to time and say, I'm in a bind, I need some money today. So this would allow that relationship to work, and that the key to this is it is earned wages. It's something that you have already earned, and therefore does not fall into the provisions of some type of loan or advance. There's a big difference between an advance on your paycheck or receiving your paycheck incrementally that you have already earned those hours. That is a brief explanation of the bill. I do have, I will yield any questions.
Senator Hickman, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Hickman, for a question. Senator Sparks, you yield?
Oh, I yield. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. I think we've discussed a little. I just had a couple of just really quick questions. So where does the money come from? Like, where does the money come from that is being given to the wage earner, if you will?
Well, the money would ultimately come from the employer.
Okay. So, but to get to them, are there instances where a third party, like say I work for a company, I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I ultimately want an advance. Can a third party offer me an advance through my employer through this mechanism?
Well, I don't think it's an advance if I've earned it.
Well, can they give me my earned money and then receive it, I'm guessing, back from the employer?
That relationship obviously would be between the employer and the company, but the employee has received the money that they've already earned and are owed.
And is there any point that any fees are being paid or exchanged or anything within there?
The only thing, as I understand it, as was presented in committee, is that the fees of just the general operation are borne by the employer. The employee may have a fee for expedited delivery.
And is there any caps or anything on that?
That I do not know for sure if that's a cap. I'm glad to look through the bill whether there's a cap on that fee.
And of course, I think this is a good concept for employees. I think we may need to look at some things and look at it. I'd like to work with you on this throughout the process. So, Mr. President, I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
At the proper time. You can bring it forward. We'll bring it up at the proper time. Senator Harkins, what purpose?
Question.
You yield to Senator Harkins.
I yield.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is it similar to, is a third party providing the advance of the funds?
And I think that was very similar to Senator Hickman's question. There's a contractual relationship entered into between the employer and the third party. The money ultimately is the employee's earned funds that if they are flowing through this third party and the third party is getting it back from the employer, or if the third party is just pulling the money directly out of the employer's bank account, I kind of doubt the employer is going to give the third party direct access to their bank account.
Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is this more of a cash advance loan type program that we're looking at, or is this is the employer, if it's earned income and the employer is providing the money, then that's already the relationship between the employee and the employer. They get a paycheck every 2 weeks or, 1 week or month, and what they're wanting is they're wanting part of their paycheck after they worked a certain number of days. They want access to the money then and not have to wait till their ordinary paycheck. Are the funds coming from the employer, or are they coming from a third party? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it's ultimately coming from the employer, and whether it's a pass-through or not, if that's kind of the question, and I understand certainly if you're in this relationship with a third party, the money's coming from them, but it's based on what you have earned at the employer. And, where I worked years ago, I received a check that, was physically put in my hand each week by the actual employer. But as years have moved on, that same employer now uses a third-party payment service. We've heard like Paychecks and other people like that. It would be similar to that arrangement. The money is the employee's earned wages, and this is an agreement between the employer and the third-party payment service, just like people that outsource their payroll.
So they contracted out their employment, their part of the employee payment part of their business. They've contracted out to a third party that actually makes the payment to them.
They're contracted out with a third party to make the advances, because again, if I went to my employer who said, due to payroll cost considerations, we're going to run payroll here every 2 weeks, but I've worked 6 days of the 2-week cycle, and for whatever reason I need immediate access to my funds. It's not a loan because it's money I've already earned. I will ask for that from through the third party who will provide that money. Now clearly that amount would be not in my check in 2 weeks because I received that pay outside of the normal payroll cycle.
Okay, so they're not having to repay the advance back to a third party?
No, sir. No, sir. This is their money and the employer doesn't have to offer this as a feature of employment, but the employer would be one who offers this. The employee, of course, would have knowledge of terms or any fees if there was an expedited delivery of funds, but you can't expedite wages you haven't earned. So the money's already earned.
I guess what I'm just making sure that this is not a service that people are entering into a contract where they get an advance payment on their payroll check and then have to repay it and at a higher rate than what they. I mean, it's almost like I'm just trying to make sure we're not talking about a loan type product versus just their company offering, hey, if something happens and you need your money earlier, we'll be happy to forward part of your paycheck that you've already earned, but whenever you get the normal paycheck, it's going to be diluted what you've already been paid out in advance. So it's not like a third-party cash advance loan system where they're repaying and it's costing them money to get an early payment on it or anything. It's not anything that's regulated by is this regulated by the Banking Commission or anything like that? It's not. It
is, as is drafted, it's not regulated by the Banking Commission. There's certainly some questions as it relates to that. I don't want to be presumptuous about the amendment that may be forthcoming from Senator Hickman, but it may be one of those things that allows us to continue to work on this bill. I will go ahead and acknowledge the fact that one of the least liked federal bureaucracies, the CFPB, the third child of one Elizabeth Warren, as she denotes on her Twitter feed, somewhat has the same concern you raise here.
Yeah.
That it should be governed, it is a lending instrument, but there are 20 Republican attorney generals who disagree with that opinion. So I do think there is some debate, and certainly if the forthcoming reverse repealer is an amendment, it is not something that I would not be agreeable to.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking as an employer, somebody who still does payroll and has done it for 30 years, I just want to make sure I have some understanding on this here. This is optional. This is third party.
That's correct.
So nobody would have to participate in this. One thing that's come up over years with me is that when the way you pay people in the cycle can sometimes affect their tax liability in different sequences. And so if you're paying somebody just a short period of time, they're going to have less tax removal than if you're paying them, semi-monthly or weekly or whatever the case may be. So in a situation like this, would this third party be taking that into account, and would the dollars that are being sent to this employee early reflect what their semi-monthly or weekly schedule would be, or would it potentially be a little off in the calculation? And my follow-up question on that would be, from the employer side, is if there is a calculation that's made that is too low and you have not withheld, would then the employer in any way, shape, or form be subject to penalties or non-compliance in a federal payroll audit?
I think it's a very good question, and I'll just use the example that, I'm going to make $1,000 in wages during my pay period, and I owe a certain amount of taxes, the employer owes a certain amount of taxes, and it goes back to the prior question. It's not a loan, it is earned income. So you, as my employer, you would still pay the requisite taxes on the gross total, but there would be a reduction of the the net total received by the employee of whatever the advance or the sooner payment of my wages are. So it would not change the tax liability, because I think on each pay stub, if you pay, every 2 weeks, my gross income doesn't change, but it would show on the pay stub, my gross income of $1,000, you take out the requisite amount of money, and I'm quite certain that the agreement with the third party would be they can't give me the full $1,000, that there has to be some knowledge of what my withholding rules are, what my claims for dependents and things of that nature. And again, that would be contractually between the employer and the employee, and I'm quite certain, the employer and the third party, as well as the employee and the third party, that they would have to understand, I cannot receive my wages except what are available to me through the normal process, which would be net of the withholdings and taxes. That's a very good question.
Yeah, and again, I guess another concern would be that if someone did receive this and then, left before the completion of that pay cycle, be it weekly or semi-monthly. Semi-monthly is a harder one to kind of calculate. There could be some calculations that have been performed maybe incorrectly on that, and I just want to be sure that whatever we're doing on this, puts the burden of this responsibility on the third party. And I wouldn't want to see some business who has, a large number of employees enter into a contract like this, and then in an audit have someone come in and say, okay, you got 50 employees who did not have proper taxes collected, and because of that, what you got to pay this back. Well, the big problem though with the federal government is not paying it back. It's the penalties and the interest and the other things from doing it. So I do think, perhaps a verse repealer there, and it would, and again, I don't know the language as well as you certainly, but I would just like some clarification to make sure that that burden is placed on the third party if it's not already in the bill. So
yes, but I think that's an excellent question, because all you would be allowed to access would be up to what is your net that you would receive, because otherwise, as you well pointed out, if I receive more than that in a pay period, I've technically received money that I'm responsible for in a tax matter, and I know they're not going to enter into that agreement, because then it does become a lending instrument.
Yeah, and I will say too that, I do have employees who need and request advances or early loans and stuff. So I do appreciate the premise of what you're working on here. I just want to be sure we're thinking about all this. So appreciate your work on it.
I think that's an excellent question. Thank you.
Senator Albert Butler, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, question.
You yield Senator Butler for a
I
question.
yield.
Senator Butler, recognized.
Senator Spark, explain to me in layman terms the difference between that and cash to payday.
Well, if I go borrow money, then I'm going to owe back some interest figure or things of that magnitude. I have no right to that money. In other words, if I walked into a bank or I walked into any type of lending institution, I have no right for them to give me money. They're giving me money because I have presented to them either collateral or credit check or something of that magnitude, and so they are in fact loaning me money. Then I have to come back and pay that money back plus whatever the negotiated interest would be. In this situation, I have a right to my money. So if you have worked and you're paid every 2 weeks and you only work 6 days and for whatever reason you quit that job, you're entitled to the 6 days of work that you have been earned. You'll get that check on the regular paycheck cycle, usually your final check. So you've earned it. In this situation with this, it's the same concept, is that if you're 5 days into your 2-week cycle and your refrigerator goes out or you have some need of funds that's emergent, it literally allows you to access money you've already earned and you have a right to. But you just don't have access to it at that point, because if every time you went to your employer and said, hey, could you cut me a payroll check today for 3 days, it's just administratively not feasible. So they simply stay on their same payroll cycle, but you can, through an agreement that you enter into to participate in this program, and your employer has entered into the agreement with the third party to allow you to have this opportunity, you're simply getting access to your money that you have earned outside of the normal payroll cycle.
So who will be responsible for making sure that that individual that give you that advance money, who will be responsible to make sure that they get their money?
Oh, well, I mean, they're going to get their money already through the paycheck if they don't want to, to get their money earlier. But the agreement with the third party would be, I've got 3 days of wages already earned. I'm, 12 days or 11 days away from getting my paycheck. I'd like to have access to these 3 days I've already earned.
Okay, and I get that. And after that is done, that they pay me, and my check is less than what it was supposed than what I earn.
It's less based on what you've already received pay.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But I can't use that tax-wise when it comes to my income tax, saying that this is all the money that I make.
Oh, no, I think it's still on your stub that you earned X that week.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to show that $400 of it came to you through this, and the balance of it came to you through your check.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Hill, what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I yield.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. My question would be, if it's a third party working to advance the money with the employer, how much interest is going to be charged, and who pays it, and how is it paid?
Well, it's not an advance, and there is no interest.
I'm sorry.
It's not an advance, and
Okay.
there is no interest.
So is the
An
company-
advance would be you giving me money for my future promise to work to pay that off. I've already earned this money, and the employer doesn't have to participate.
Right.
The employee doesn't have to participate. But if the employer signs up for this service because they believe it would benefit their employers and it's good for them, they would only be able to request money they've already earned.
I understand.
And any fees that are related to that, as I understand it and as it was presented somewhat in the committee, is that would be the employer entered into an agreement to use this third party, and whatever that contractual relationship and fees are not to the employee. The only fees that I understand that could be applicable to the employee is if they want it expedited.
And what is expedite?
Well, I mean, if I say, hey, I'd like to have it, and I'd like to have it in my account in 2 hours, versus, hey, it'll show up the next morning. It's kind of like a banking transaction that you see often where, you go in and the deposit's made and it doesn't show up till the next morning.
So do they contact the third party or the employer if they want the advance?
As I understand it, it would work with a third party. I'm quite certain this will be an app type program that you can
sort of
access.
like Afterpay or something like that?
I'm not particularly familiar with that
I'm
one,
not
but
either.
if it is a earned wage program that you're just accessing wages you've already earned, then sure, similar.
But all the fees would come from the employer.
Except for if there's an expedited request, I do understand that would be the employee's choice. Of course, they would know that, just like if someone is going to swipe their credit card and there's a credit card fee for use of that, or their debit card.
Okay. Is there any cap on the expedited fees or any idea how much that would be?
And again, that'd be something that would be listed in the documents of the agreement that the employee signed up for. So I assume that could vary from company to company, as we see often different companies have different
I
fees.
just know that we regulate payday loans and different people like that as far as interest caps and stuff. So I'm a little concerned about, this new product, and we don't seem to have any type of regulatory framework for it. But I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you for your question.
Senator Fillingham, for what purpose?
It's a question.
You yield, Senator Fillingham.
I
for
yield.
question. Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Fillingham.
President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if, and I think you answered part of my question, which was the employee is not going to be charged a fee for the service. The employer, I guess, will be charged the fee. But how does the third party make any money?
Well, I mean, they're going to make a fee from the employer. I don't know what that relationship would be, but they're actually signing up for this service. The employer, this is, I don't want to use dental care, but this is a perk that the employer can or cannot provide. No employer has to participate. It would be that an employer maybe thinks, hey, my people, from time to time, it would benefit them if they could access their money quickly. So I'm going to listen to this pitch from this third-party company. I'm going to agree. I'm going to be paying some type of administration fee because, actually it probably would be very app-driven, and you get this set up. So there's a business relationship there. The only fee that I understand that would be more so employee-based would be if they wanted their money expedited, and just like, we see in some other transactions.
And so, any idea, obviously these companies exist now, or they wouldn't be asking for this legislation to be able to operate here in Mississippi. How much do they traditionally charge the employer for this service?
No, I do not. I'm sorry. I don't know what that fee would be. I'm going to assume, and I'm sorry to do that, but I just think from a business model standpoint, if one of our largest employers in the state chose to choose this, they're going to get probably a little bit better rate than if somebody that has 50 employees chooses it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Parker, for a question.
No, Mr. President, for an introduction out of order, if I could quickly.
You're recognized to do so.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will give Senator Sparks a little break right here. We have joining us today, we've got a Leadership DeSoto group. I'm going to ask them to stand, but more importantly, we have Susan Rutherford with them. Susan is a board member along with my wife at DeSoto Hope. DeSoto Hope in DeSoto County is doing a lot of work for cancer patients. Susan spends countless hours working on that, and they get no pay. There's nothing they receive other than giving back to other cancer victims. So give her and her team from Leadership DeSoto a big hand, and welcome on behalf of myself, Senator Reginald Jackson, Senator McClendon, and Senator Blackwell.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator, I think we need to adopt the amendment. The bill came as amended, so we need to adopt as amended, and then we'll go to amendments.
Did it come as a committee study? What did it say? Mr. President, if I may, I think it did not come to us as a committee sub. I do have an amendment to offer, if I may, that addresses some language in the legislation whenever that's the proper time.
Okay. Yes, I was just reading on the counter, it said as amended, but it's not amended. What you're saying is you want to amend. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. All right. Then amendment now would be proper.
All right, the amendment, if it is up on the screen, it would delete lines 139 through 141 and re-letter the subsequent paragraphs accordingly, and then further amend by deleting the language on lines 144 through 145, following the language "a consumer reporting agency or."
Okay.
And that would be the amendment. I would yield any questions on the amendment.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, we'll go to amendments. Senator Hickman for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my amendment should be up on the screen. My amendment is simply to add a reverse repealer. I think along with a lot of members in this body, had a few questions. I think it's a good piece of legislation. We just want to make sure that we're doing what needs to be done. Maybe or maybe not, there need to be some regulation, but I would like to make sure we can guide this along the process and see it again to make any changes that need to be made. So again, my amendment is just to add a reverse repealer. And I think the presenter of the bill has stated that he does not oppose that, but I'll let him speak. So thank you so much.
I do not oppose the amendment.
Okay, move for adoption of the amendment.
For adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. We have another amendment at this time. I think Senator Barnett has an amendment. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard Senator Sparks do a great job on explaining the bill that allows individuals to receive some of their pay ahead of the day that they're supposed to be paid. And I applaud this legislature for looking after a group of individuals who we consider essential in the state of Mississippi, and that is our school teachers. But I do think that we should add this amendment. What this amendment does, it changes the language on a bill that we passed on last or 2 years ago, and it just says basically that all school districts, instead of have the option of paying their school teachers every 2 weeks of biweekly, is that they shall compensate them every 2 weeks. And I think this will help them tremendously, and also increase where they don't have to go and see these third-party vendors or someone else to be able to be paid earlier, so that they can have access to the monies that they've already earned. And that's basically what this amendment does. It just allows for the school districts that they shall pay the school teachers biweekly. And if there's no question, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the amendment.
Senator Parker, you have a question?
Point of order.
Point of order. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill, as has been explained, deals with an optional third-party payment system. The school system is a shall statute that is dealing with how we pay our teachers and how we must pay them. And my point would be, I don't feel it's germane to the bill.
Hold on, please. Let me check with the attorneys.
We're talking about paying.
Senator Parker, our attorneys say that that is not germane to the bill. So, correct.
Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
All right, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Whaley, Senator Chisholm, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Norwood, Senator Delano, Senator Hill, Senator Simmons, Senator Barnett, Senator Turner, Senator Blackman, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator England, Senator Carter, Senator Horn, Senator Barrett. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Please, wait a minute, we have one I can't see. Oh, that's Parks. Yeah, Senator Parks. Senator Tate? Senator Hickman? Senator Hickman is present. Anyone else? Please read off those voting no.
Voting no or nay: Blackwell, Blunt, Whaley, Chisholm, Parks, Butler, Norwood, Delano, Hill, Horn, Barrett, Simmons of the 12th, Barnett, Turner, Ford, Blackman, Simmons of the 13th, Carter, and England.
With a vote of 18 nays, the bill has passed. We'll go to the next item, item 53, Senator England. Passed and retained 53. Go to item 54, Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2431, and please have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2431, Law Enforcement Officers Entitling Certain Follow-Up Drug Testing for Loss of Certification.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Robinson.
I invite Chairman Sparks to come explain the bill.
Senator yields to Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill we've had in our chamber before and we've passed out. It's requested by the Police Benevolent Association. This deals with the fact of a law enforcement officer, if they have a positive test for a substance that is considered illegal, that they would have notice, and then they would have an opportunity within a time period of 2 business days following that actual written notice to contest those results with a more invasive hair follicle test, which they would have 5 days to appear at a laboratory and have that test given. As a maximum, they would be paying for their own cost of the test. If that test result is in fact positive, then the officer bears the cost of the test. If the test is negative, the urinalysis report or the original test shall be deemed a false positive, and the officer is placed back into his previous position of employment. The Section 2 addresses the same thing except as provided in the section that we're amending. This is something that their certification of law enforcement belongs to the agency that they work for, and if that certification is pulled, then they would not be able to be employed, and it's simply under the circumstances where they believe it's a false positive, they have the opportunity to go seek a more invasive test at their cost originally, and if it's in fact negative, the first test would be deemed a false positive. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I have a question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I yield.
Senator Hill.
I am totally not familiar with which is the more sensitive test. Would it be the test that they were given initially, or would it be the hair follicle or some other follow-up test that you're saying that they need to get 2 days, that they need to be able to get 2 days later?
Yeah, the follow-up would be much more invasive. The follow-up would be
Okay.
the more invasive test.
So does it take more drugs to show up in the follicle or the blood?
I think well, first of all, urinalysis is
Or
most
urine.
of the time what they test, which is, is a waste product, and, you could have something in that. But if it's a blood, or in the case of a hair follicle, can go back in time and tell you with specificity things that are taken. But it is a more invasive test, and it's just allowing them the opportunity to refute a positive test.
To refute the positive test?
That's correct.
So do you know which one stays in the bloodstream longer? Urine, hair, or blood?
Well, I think the hair is a more proper indicator of the use and over a period of time, because again, urine is a byproduct, a pass-through waste product,
But that's what most employers screen with, is the urine.
which is the lowest, most of the time the way it's provided, not very accurate test.
Is there any data that shows that what percentage of the time they're wrong?
Now, I don't have any data that would show what percent of the time they're wrong. All I'm saying is a law enforcement officer would have the right to go receive a more invasive test if they have been, in fact, accused of having an illegal substance in their body.
Well, I know, some people have said in the past that cough syrup did it, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Blackman for a
I
question.
yield.
Senator Blackman.
How long does it take for a drug to show up in a hair follicle test?
I'm certainly not a scientist, so I would not probably have the capability of answering how long it takes for a drug to show up. Usually, a drug shows up immediately. It's how quickly the drug leaves your system is the bigger concern.
Well, after going through this bill in committee, I did some research, and it appears that it takes about 5 to 7 days from ingestion to show up in a hair follicle test. And the urinalysis test shows recently taken drugs. So if they failed the urinalysis test, they get the hair follicle test within that 2-day period. It will not show up on the hair follicle test in time to show that they've ingested it recently. So I'm trying to figure out, why is it that they would be afforded this opportunity when it doesn't show what's recently been ingested? It would take 5 to 7 days. So they get the hair follicle test, it may show that, hey, they didn't use it 4 or 5 days before that. So why should they be afforded this opportunity?
Well, first of all, to refute the false positive is the concept of the bill. I've not done the research apparently you've done on hair follicle testing. I'll take you at your word. I know you're an attorney like I am, but I don't mind if you want to change the language to some more complex test. The principle of this is someone, before they lose their certification to be able to be in law enforcement, would have the right to refute. Hair follicle is how it's been presented to be the more invasive test, but if you want to work with me to find out a more invasive test that's also accurate, that's all we're looking for. Not trying to skirt anything or of that magnitude.
Okay, thank you. And then additionally, why is it just for law enforcement? Why would it not apply to all state employees who have to take the urinalysis test and be afforded that opportunity?
Well, this is how I drafted it, and it was requested, like I said, by the Police Benevolent Association. I mean, I would support somebody else's bill if they wanted to bring a bill forward that did something for other things. This is more so because of the certification nature of having to have that certification to continue to be in law enforcement. They just have the right to refute.
Thank you. And then one other question. In my understanding of when the urinalysis test is done, there's an A sample and a B sample. The A sample gets tested. If that comes up positive, then the B sample gets tested to confirm whether the amount was high enough to be a false positive or not. The gentleman from the Police Benevolent Association didn't really have an answer on if that's the process. Do you know if that's the process or not?
I'm not going to stand here and pretend that I'm an expert on urinalysis. I can tell you this. if for some reason I was subjected to your analysis, whether it's an A, B, D, C, or F sample, and somebody said I had marijuana in my system, I would say, I'm going to call you on that. I'm going to go get a more invasive test because it's not something I choose to utilize. So the concern I have primarily is that someone is not falsely accused. I also know we live in a world today where everybody wants to shop at the doggone convenience store for their medicine, and THCA and hemp and every other thing under the sun that we want to skirt the law on. But if that shows up in my system as THC and that's illegal and I'm going to get fired, I guess I'd want a more invasive test. Of course, first thing I'd do is encourage them not to shop in the convenience store for their medicine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Derek Simmons, what purpose?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Simmons.
I yield.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did have the same question that Senator Blackman raised as relates to why we would not extend this opportunity for all state employees. And I think you answered it, but I will directly ask you again, will it be a friendly or amendment that may or may not be germane for us to include all state employees on lines 10 and 11 of this bill?
I don't have issue, and I can't rule. I'm not the one that makes those decisions. But the whole point is the right to refute, and I would hope that if that's the case, then we'll offer that, because like I said, it's nothing particular. It's just that was the nature of the language that I dropped.
And I have part-time and full-time law enforcement in my district too, and I certainly understand the importance of having that certificate. We wouldn't want them to lose their certification, and then of course they can't get employed or they lose their job. But I also, if you would agree to the amendment, Senator Sparks, would love to amend lines 10 and 11 to include just state employees. I know at the county level and at the city level they can come up with their own policies, but as it relates to state employees, would you consider to be a friendly amendment to include state employees to give them the opportunity to be tested by hair follicle?
Senator Simmons, you're one of the most friendly people I ever met. I'll welcome you to offer any amendments you'd like, but I will leave that to the discretion of the body and to the decisions.
No, my question is, would you support the amendment?
I'm going to wait till you make the amendment. So,
thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Turner for a question?
I do have an amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Senator Turner, you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
You yield?
I yield. Yes, I'm sorry.
Senator Turner.
My question is, because I think what I'm understanding is that if the officer tests positive, then a hair follicle or hair sample could be collected. What about simply using the same specimen that was provided, but instead request a more specific test?
And again, the language we used, we thought we were getting a more invasive, proper test. I'm sure testing procedures change or get more advanced. I don't have a problem with even language that is a hair follicle test or a more invasive test. I just want the follow-up test to be credible, if not more credible than the first test, is the intent.
And the reason I raised the question is that it really kind of dovetails on Senator Blackman's question. If there is a gap in detection using the hair follicle, if you test the same sample that was provided at the initial time of collection, if you're using a more specific test on that sample, you're likely to detect whatever was present when the sample was collected. Do you disagree with that proposition?
Oh, no, I understand the proposition. And again, the intent of the language was to have a more invasive test that would give more clarity. And again, this is a person who's going to refute that. I think if the person knows they've taken a substance, they're probably not going to go try to get a more invasive test.
So, Mr. President, I would like to be recognized to make an amendment at the appropriate time.
Bring it forward,
Thank
please.
you.
Okay, I see no further questions. We have an amendment. Not quite ready. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Amendment at the proper time.
Okay, please, as you complete the amendments, bring them forward.
Mr. President, may I
Yes,
be
sir.
recognized for a motion?
Yes, for a motion.
I motion to lay the bill on the table.
Proper motion. Motion is to lay the bill on the table or table subject to call? On the table. On the table, which is a killing motion, you understand. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is laid on the table. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to the next item, item 55. Senator Wiggins, pass and retain. Item 56, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 56 on today's calendar, call it up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Bill 2002, Board of Supervisors authorizes designate persons to serve as hearing officer for delinquent solid waste fees.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2002 amends Section 19522 on lines 59 through 66 concerning delinquent tax hearings held by the Board of Supervisors. It allows the board to designate a hearing officer either from among its own membership, from the staff of the county, or some other qualified or impartial person. However, it prohibits the board from appointing the attorney for the Board of Supervisors or a member of the tax collector's office as the hearing officer. Additionally, the bill stipulates that no hearing officer may have an interest in the outcome of a hearing or be related to a board member or a person who owes delinquent fees. That's all the bill does. I'll yield to any questions, Mr. President.
See no questions. Motion, Senator.
I move that we adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 57 on today's calendar, call it up and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill 2798, County Boards of Supervisors required to regulate county and municipal cemeteries.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I ask permission to explain the committee sub.
Committee sub, yeah, please explain.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 2798 allows Board of Supervisors to maintain and repair public cemeteries within the county boundaries or in a municipality located within the county. If the board choose to maintain and repair any abandoned public or private nonprofit cemetery located within the limits of a municipality, the board may choose to charge the expense of maintenance back to the municipality for reimbursement. I do have an amendment to put a reverse repealer in it, Mr. President.
Okay. Well, let's see. First, you had a committee substitute, so we need to.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Yeah, we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee subs adopted. Now you have an amendment, Senator.
Yes, Mr. President. It's a reverse repealer. Legislative Services is trying to work out some of the language based upon some concerns that were expressed in the committee. So I do have a reverse repealer that I asked for the Senate to consider.
Senator Austin moves that we adopt the reverse repealer. But first, we have a question. I think Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Question on the bill, but not the amendment.
Not on the amendment. Okay, move to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, the reverse repealer amendment has been adopted. Now, Senator.
I yield.
Senator Hill.
Thank you. I understand your desire to try to have the county clean up some of these delinquent cemeteries, but don't you think the bill goes too far as to basically saying that my county could take over my public cemetery and enlarge it if they want to after the city's been maintaining this cemetery and controlling it ever since I've been alive? Because that's what the bill says.
No, they're not going to take over this in the Hill. It's just that to the extent that the cemetery needs to actually be cleaned up.
But that's not what the bill says. The bill says the Board of Supervisors of each county may maintain and regulate all of the public cemeteries owned or controlled by the county or any municipality within the county limits. Then it goes down to say the Board of Supervisors shall also have the power and authority to enlarge all public cemeteries owned or controlled by the county or any municipality within the county limits. I think that's just going to be a bunch of lawsuits between the cities and the counties the way this bill is written. Would you agree?
Well, that's the reason why we're putting a reverse repealer in it, because we want to make sure we tighten up that language. And it really was a drafting error that actually the committee sub came out of committee, but the intent of the original bill was only to clean up those public cemeteries.
Blighted cemeteries.
That's the only intent of the bill.
Okay, well, we're going to have to clean all that language out that says that they can take them over and enlarge them and regulate them. So.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, see no further questions.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator wish to see any objection first? Seeing no objection, any senator wish to be recorded as voting no. Seeing Senator Hill, no. Anyone else? Present, Senator Hill? Okay. Seeing no others, please record all others present by you. McCon present. Okay. Present. Senator McMahon. Anyone else present? Okay. Senator Younger present. Senator Whaley present. No. Senator Whaley, no. Senator present for Senator Parks. Senator Barrett, excuse me. Present. Senator Parker. No for Younger, changes to no. Senator McClendon, no. Senator McMahon wishes to change his to a no, please. Blackwell as present. Johnson as no. Hobson as present. Chisholm as no. DeBar as present. Okay, Senator Suber as present. Senator Harkins as present. Senator Rhodes as no. Senator England present. Where is he? Senator Fillingham, no. Senator Williams, no. Senator Berry as no. Anyone else? Senator Hill? No. No for Harkins? Senator Harkins is no. Senator England is no. Hold on. All right. Let's have order in the Senate. Senator Seymour is no. Okay. Senator Delano is no. Senator Hill, what? Senator Hill, you wish to change to no? Okay, change Senator Hill to no. Senator Sarita Simmons, no. No. Forget I called her name. All right, who else have we got over here? Senator Blackwell, please change him to no. Is that Senator England back there? To no. Wiggins. Senator Wiggins as no. Michelle as no. Anyone else? Senator Robinson as no. Okay, please, let's have order, please. Please read out those that are voted no and present, if there are any left.
Amanda.
Senator Carter, you wish to be recorded as voting present, and Senator Ladner as present. Is there anybody but me left?
Voting,
Have order in the Senate, please.
voting no or nay. Berry, Blackwell, Chisholm, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting present, Barrett, Carter, DeBar, Hobson, Ladner, McCon, Parks, Suber.
Okay, Senator Tate to the vote.
I'd voted no, but I didn't hear my name called on the no's. I may have missed it, though.
Okay, Senator Hill to the vote.
No, it must have got an accident.
Okay. All right, so let's see what we got.
How many you got in?
Okay, with 20 noes, the bill has passed. All right, we'll go to the next item. Item 58, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip that item, retain its place in the calendar, go to item 59, call it up and have the title read.
Pass and retain item 58, go to 59. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2605, school curriculum required schools teach civics courses before completion of high school.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Mr. President, I ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the committee substitute.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator DeBar for working with me on it. Mr. President, I have actually a strike all in lieu of the committee substitute that I'd like to be able to explain.
Please explain, Senator.
Thank you. What this bill is asking and requiring civics to be taught in our high schools. As I explained in committee, I think it's pretty clear that we're having a serious question about how civics is either taught or understood in our country. And it's my understanding that there's actually, and this is the bill that I've drafted, but such bills are making their way around because people are feeling like we're not hearing or being taught civics as many of us know it used to be. Okay, so the bill that I drafted, we brought up in committee. Since that time, I've spoken with the Department of Education. I've also spoken with some others, and so the the strike all that is before you represents my discussions with the Department of Education. Having worked with them and spoke with them, they are actually preparing to modify and change their civics courses. And what the strike all is doing is working with them to put this into place. And so it defines what civics is, and starting at line 12, you can see the definition there about acquisition of knowledge of history, heritage, civic life, acquisition of skills to analyze text and determines reliability, and understanding ways of civic institution, which includes our government and the three branches and separation of powers. Then starting in section 2, you can see there that it will be a standalone civics course, and then starting in the 2026-2027 school years when it would be taught. The summer before that is when the MDE and the schools would train the teachers on that. And actually, if you look over at lines 47, let's see. So it says the department, its current course name is United States Government, and the department has said they were going to change the name to United States Government and Civics, because civics is a standalone issue versus just government as a whole. And so they said they would do that, and it would start and be taught by the 12th grade. And as I discussed with them, we are trying to prepare our students to be good citizens. We've had a lot of debate on elections. And so that's where we're trying to head with this bill to make that happen. And also, and you look in section 3, the Department of Education is to use rigorous and relevant resources, shall prescribe the courses of study, and then high academic standards. So this is the strike call that's replacing the committee substitute that came out. And I think we could all agree that our children and our country would be better as we have a better understanding of civics. And with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We do have a couple. Now, have we adopted committee sub?
My motion would be to adopt the strike all, Mr. President.
To move, okay. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
to adopt the committee substitute, Mr. President.
I think that's right. All in favor of the committee sub, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Now, the ayes have it. Now we can go to your strike call. And that's what you've explained, Senator?
It is, Mr. President.
All right, so we have questions now on the strike call. Senator Hill, for a question?
Yes, question.
Do you yield, Senator
I
Hill?
do.
Senator Hill.
I'm thinking that you started off your bill with some more specific language and that would be taught. I'm just questioning what this bill says in lines 31, 32, 33, it says the courses shall focus on fostering and perpetuating the ideals, principles, and spirit of political and economic democracy in the United States of America. What is political and economic democracy?
Well, we're a republic, and that's the democracy that we live in, and so it's that. You're right, I did have specific language in there, and in talking with different folks, I guess specifying specific entities. We don't normally do that, and so I didn't want to hamstring the Department of Education in talking with them. One of the things would be they would look at it would be the U.S. Constitution Center. That's a nonprofit. But there's also other high quality level resources out there that they can pull from to develop these courses, and that's why this doesn't start until 26, 27.
Well, I guess my concern is I've looked at some of these, nonprofits that are out there, and some of them are slanted one way or the other, and I guess my question would be, how do we know how this is going to come out when we look at the AP courses and some of the other courses that have come out, and we look at some of the community college curriculum and a lot of the online curriculum, and it's definitely slanted rather than balanced. And I guess my question is, if we put more specific stuff in here as to what we think should be taught and not leave it up to the department, would we not maybe be doing better than having to find out on the back end that what we may not like that they've adopted, and then we're kind of stuck with it because they do it through the APA process, and I can't even get a bill through here that requires an email to us when they do the APA process, or any different agency or board does the APA process? I mean,
well, Senator Hill, I personally don't have a problem if that's where you want to go with it. It's about teaching civics.
But
they have their process, and they've talked to me about it. I think they'll talk to any senator about it. You're right. It needs to come up for review and to do all that. It doesn't need to be slanted. That's the whole point, is to not slant this. This is to get civics in there. But there are people, and just if I may, that we all know that we don't know the difference between the federal and the state government and federalism and the 10th Amendment and things like that, and we've got to get this into I'll just say it, our culture.
Well,
it doesn't need to be slanted, and so I don't really have an answer to
I guess my question is, does this have a reverse repealer in it?
It does not.
Would you be amenable to us having a reverse repealer in it, or so that we could put the language in there to say that the legislature would like to review, or members of the legislature would like to come and see the curriculum that they are adopting before they run it through the APA process?
I don't have a problem with a reverse repealer, no.
Okay. Do we need to write that down to have a reverse repealer in it?
Yes.
Because it's just simple language. I would like to see the curriculum. Based on a lot of the curriculum that I've seen, it's just, in my opinion, not good. And I'm not the smartest in the world, but I've raised two extremely successful kids back when, I felt like we had a better curriculum in the schools. And that's just what my concern is. I would like to actually see what we think is legitimate curriculum.
And I had that brief discussion with the Department of Education, and I kind of expected the question you're raising, and that was the point I was making as well. That's why my original bill said what it did.
I was more in support of your original bill, Senator.
Well, then maybe we need to do that, but I'm trying to make it good for the whole state, so we can do it. But if a reverse repealer, I'm good with that. We'll satisfy.
Okay, hold on, Senator. We have other questions. Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt passes. Okay, any other questions? I'm trying to figure, do we need to adopt a strike all before the amendment? No. Well, I think it's time for the amendments. So, who has the first amendment? Senator Hill for an amendment.
My motion would be adopt the amendment to insert a reverse repealer in the bill.
Motion, everyone understand the amendment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Reverse repealers in it. All right, Senator.
If there's no further questions, my motion would be passage on the morning roll call, or adopt the strike call and then passage.
Yeah, we need to adopt the strike call first. All in favor of the strike call amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike call is adopted. And now your motion, final passage, Senator.
Final passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Now we'll go to Senator Boyd. Nobody's. There's no light on. Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be noted as voting present. It's not too late.
I think we've already called the vote, Senator. It's too late. You're welcome to enter something into the journal as the reason you would have voted late. Okay, Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 60 and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2220, Mississippi Rights to Name, Likeness, and Voice Act, enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion.
I'd ask Senator Black.
All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
I'd like to ask Senator Blackman to be recognized to explain his bill.
Senator Blackman, you recognize to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill that was brought to me by the Recording Academy and supported by our local musicians, Bobby Rush and Steve Azar. What this bill does is it establishes legal protections for the personal property rights of individuals in Mississippi over their name, likeness, and voice, and it'll recognize those rights as intellectual property. Those rights are freely transferable and inheritable for 10 years after death. The commercial use of a person's name, likeness, or voice requires explicit written consent, and if it is a minor, it has to be approved through the court process for them to be able to use that. It establishes the liability for unauthorized use, and it creates special provisions for digital technology as we have the rise of AI and other digital devices to replicate a person's name, image, or voice. This particularly, it started off, as I said, with the artist, but it applies to everyone in this room, people can't take your images, can't take your voice, can't take your likeness and put it out without your explicit consent. It makes exceptions for First Amendment uses, and it does provide exemptions. It does not apply to college NIL. There will be an amendment that exempts advertisers and the like for if someone were to pay them to put that out. We're going after bad actors. It would not penalize them because someone paid them to put something on their platform, and unknowns to them, they were not authorized to do that. And there's a companion bill over in the House that creates a study committee. So there will also be an amendment to add a reverse repealer so that we can work through those issues with the House and hopefully come through with a finished product. And I'd be happy. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions. And like I said, there are 2 amendments at the appropriate time.
Okay. Senator Derek Simmons, what purpose?
Friendly question.
You yield, Senator Simmons.
I do.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackman, I just want to thank you for your leadership. I know you've been working on this bill for about 2 years, but thank you so much for your leadership.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That was a friendly question. Wouldn't you agree? Yes.
I would agree.
Yes, I understand. Okay, we have amendment number 1. Do we have an amendment?
Like I said, this amendment will exempt telecommunication services for content that's provided by another person, And then also any medium that's used for advertising, if they were paid to publish something, since it does want to go after bad actors and not those who are paid to do it without knowing that it was unauthorized. So if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
I see no questions. The motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Blackman?
And then the second amendment.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
And this amendment adds a reverse repealer. And if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator?
I move for passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Now, we'll go to item number 61, I guess it is. Senator Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2275, State Agency Reorganization Task Force create.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
We have a committee sub. I'd like to move that we adopt the committee sub and ask that you recognize Senator Robinson to explain it.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a strike-all amendment that I would like to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This bill is born out of the idea of meeting the service needs of our citizenry in the most efficient manner possible. When we look at government as a whole, instead of looking at agencies or departments separately with their own budgets and agendas and focusing on their own services for delivery specialty, we can see administrative inefficiencies in the form of duplication and overlap across these departments, especially in issues regarding human resources, procurement, and even in technology. This bill, through the work of a task force, will help us begin to look at government differently, at how we can manage government, recognizing that we can achieve greater efficiencies, for example, in administrative areas by breaking down certain boundaries among the various departments of governments and thinking about them in terms of the needs of the state of Mississippi as a whole. We could revise our thinking about government as a collection of agencies and programs, each meeting a full complement of freestanding administrative support in favor of thinking about government as a single enterprise in which resources are networked across state agencies to achieve optimal balance of central control and efficiencies while remaining responsive to each agency's goals of optimal delivery of service to the citizens of our state. If you will note in the bill, in Section 1 of the Bill 2275, the executive directors of the Mississippi Department of Finance and Administration, the Department of Information Services, and the State Personnel Board are charged with developing a plan for implementation of streamlined administration of services provided by these agencies to achieve efficiencies and cost savings that would be very difficult to achieve without consolidating services and staying in a decentralized model of operating. In my experience, when it comes to a business, shared services model has many more advantages, and I believe that that is true for state government too. Some advantages include cost reduction, improved services, better controls, improved communications, improved productivity, and reduction of redundancy. Ultimately, the benefits of using shared services can help state government operate more efficiently and effectively. The report in Section 1 of the bill, the report from the Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Finance and Administration, the Department of Information Technology Services, and the State Personnel Board is due November of 2025. In Section 2, there is also created a state task force for agency reorganization, with the purpose to develop recommendations to improve governmental operations and reduce costs, creating a more efficient state government. The task force will be made up of business people who have led or who currently lead complex organizations within our state. The State Task Force for Agency Reorganization must have their first meeting by January 1, 2026, and their report is due October of 2026. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the strike all amendment.
Senator, I believe the proper way here would be to adopt the committee sub.
Yes, sir.
And then adopt the strike all to the committee sub. So the motion would be to adopt the committee sub.
Yes, sir.
All in favor of adopting committee sub, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now adopt the strike all, Senator.
Yes, I move that we adopt the strike all amendment.
Senator moves that we adopt the strike all amendment. No questions. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all amendment is adopted. Now.
Mr. President, I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Senator. The Senator suggested use the morning roll call. Oh, we have a question. You wish to speak on it? Senator Bryan, you recognized to speak.
I know nothing about management or organization, just look at my office. And I keep telling people I don't know anything about health care. I just want an election, and I think people are getting tired of hearing their public health chair say he doesn't know anything about health care. But I had a fourth grade teacher, I've mentioned this many times, who had all of us in the fourth grade chant over and over again, "Oh, you don't know how much you have to know how little you do know." We all sit there and chant that. And all I can tell you as chair of public health, I know there's an awful lot of stuff I don't know. But I can tell you that a major problem with health care, and I hope that this bill is a step toward addressing that, is that we have so many silos and so many entities that have a piece of public health that there's not anybody looking comprehensively at things. The Department of Mental Health spends an awful lot of time worrying about the Department of Mental Health as opposed to mental health. The Department of Medicaid spends an awful lot of time worrying about Medicaid as opposed to health care, and on and on and on. The irony of this is one of the tools that we can use if we want to improve health care is Medicaid. By increasing Medicaid reimbursement for certain things, or diminishing reimbursement, or allowing or not allowing. Medicaid is a tool to drive health care in the direction you would like for it to go. And I'll mention one more time that for those who are not on Medicare, who are paying for their health care out of their own hip pocket or with their own insurance, in many instances, if it were not for the Medicaid program providing the basic funding for various healthcare entities, there wasn't any place to go to, no matter how much money you had. The director of Medicaid recently resigned and said what he was proudest of was that he held down the Medicaid budget. And that's what we talk about forever, is holding down the Medicaid budget without realizing that, in fact, the Medicaid budget is a part of what it takes to make a huge health care system work. We passed legislation last year as a baby step in this direction, which directed the Department of Health specifically to look at health care comprehensively. It required every agency in the state to cooperate with the Department of Health. It did not give the Department of Health the authority to make anybody do anything, except to gather information and look comprehensively at the problem. I'll just say in passing, among the things that one may be surprised to learn, is that most states do not have a Department of Mental Health at all. In most states, the Department of Mental Health is just part of healthcare delivery. I hold in my hand this bill that the Senate passed in 2000 17, which abolished the Department of Mental Health. Ultimately, the motion to reconsider was not tabled, but clearly, as there's more emphasis on treating mental health as part of a larger healthcare issue, and there's a bill I think we're going to pass which directs community mental health centers to provide health care for just general purposes, we're getting much more overlap. And unless somebody looks at it comprehensively, someone outside the silos looks at the silos, we're not going to get where we need to go. So I hope that when this bill becomes law, that one of the things this task force will do is to look at healthcare comprehensively and see where the agencies fit in with what we need to be doing in the terms of healthcare, instead of seeing how healthcare fits in to the existing silos.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Robinson, final passage.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Yes, final passage, Mr. President, using morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Go to item 62. Pass and retain. Item 62. Okay, go to item 63, Senator Parker. Item 63. You wish to bring up item 63, will pass and retain. Go to item 64, Senator Bryan. Senator Brumfield, for what purpose? Is he here?
I go to item 64 and ask that the title be read.
Okay. Okay. Someone had their button punched by mistake. I'm sorry. Item 64, please read title.
Senate Bill 2696, Public Health Laboratory Exempt from Public Procurement Review Board Approval Requirement for certain contracts.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
The laboratories at many state agencies, such as the Crime Lab, are exempt from Public Procurement Review Board approval for certain contracts because frequently a laboratory is buying very specialized equipment. Sometimes there's only one provider. And if you look at the whole picture, I think it's reasonable to assume that the people over at the State Public Health Lab are not the problem with people wasting money making purchases. So the bill just exempts them, puts them on the same level as a number of other labs around the state. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the afternoon roll call, morning roll call.
I see no questions. Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, there was an item that was inadvertently passed earlier in the day. I believe it's non-controversial. If I could be recognized, I would make a motion to suspend the rules to consider that item.
You're recognized, Senator. Is it in the past?
Yes, it is item 39 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2695. It is a repealer for the Mississippi Professional Massage Therapy Act. I move we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2695.
Senator, I ask that we suspend the rules, go back to item 39. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 39. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2695, Mississippi Professional Massage Therapy Act, extend repealer on.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
The bill makes no change to existing law. It extends the repealer until 2029. If there are no questions, suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett. We will pass that item and retain its, item 65, retain its place on the calendar. We go to item 66, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to the item called up and have the title read.
Please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2309, Child Grooming and Morph Images, criminalize and amend provisions related to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute, Mr.
You
President.
recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill creates a felony offense for grooming a child to engage in sexually explicit conduct, human trafficking, or sexual servitude. Current data provided from the Attorney General's office shows that at least 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 20 boys in the U.S. experience sexual abuse. So child sexual grooming is the deceptive predatory process whereby an individual forms an intimate relationship with a minor prior to engaging in sexual acts with that child. This legislation, which is modeled in part after a Georgia law which passed unanimously, is a proactive and preventative approach to stop individuals who are seeking to sexually abuse a child before that abuse actually occurs. So specifically, the bill creates a criminal offense for individuals who are 22 years of age or older who knowingly engage in a pattern of conduct or communication to gain access to gain the compliance of, to prepare, persuade, induce, or coerce a child under the age of 16. So we're talking about children who are 15 years of age or younger to engage in sexually explicit conduct, human trafficking, or to procure the sexual servitude of the said minor. The bill also removes a definition of identifiable child from the definition section for offenses affecting children, allowing prosecution of individuals who alter or create images of unidentifiable children engaging in sexually explicit conduct. We did have some changes from the original bill to the committee substitute that's before you, and the changes are as follows. We did add a reverse repealer to the language of this bill, so the committee substitute contains a reverse repealer. We deleted certain language regarding law enforcement posing as said child, so we didn't want to get into any entrapment type situations, so that was in the original bill that came to us from the AG's office. We removed that. We also removed a provision requiring registry as a sex offense for any violations of this particular new law that we're contemplating putting on the books. Again, the committee decided that this was not something we wanted to be a registrable sexual offense on the sex registry, so we removed that. Some of the members made an amendment in the committee to add several code sections brought forward related to the enticement and sexual exploitation statutes in case, as this bill moves forward, we need to bring any of those code sections into compliance or conformity, and the addition of language to provide that persons 18 years of age or older who are in a position of trust, like a teacher, coach, that type of situation, may commit the crime of child grooming. So that is kind of a brief summary of what this bill does. Walking through the bill, the definition section is in section 1. And again, I think this is important because several questions were raised in committee. On lines 27 through 32, it defines a pattern of conduct or communication, means a pattern of conduct or communication that would cause a reasonable adult person to believe that the person is communicating with a child with the purpose specifically to entice, coerce, solicit, or prepare a child to engage in sexually explicit conduct, human trafficking, or sexual servitude. And then the definition for procure sexual servitude of a child is listed on lines 37 through 46. The penalties of this section are contained on lines 58 through 62, and it states that any person who violates this section shall be guilty of a felony and upon conviction thereof be imprisoned in the custody of the DOC for not less than 2 years, no more than 10, or fined not more than $10,000 or both. Those are the sections that I think people would be interested in. Specifically, again, the part about removing the identifiable child, we passed a law a year or two ago which made it obviously a felony to morph the image and use the image of a child in some sort of video produced that would make it look as though the child were engaging in some sort of sexual act. And I guess the people who produced this type of stuff got creative and decided, well, instead of just taking the picture of an actual identifiable child, we'll change it up just a little bit and make it sort of an AI-generated child, creating this pornography. And so the AG's office wanted that section changed to not require the identifiable child, but merely just a child. That's basically what the bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions. No questions, I'll move adoption of the committee substitute.
Questions? Seeing none. Adoption of committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move adoption of the measure by use in the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2729, Mississippi Public Health Trust Fund, established to support public health programs funded from medical cannabis taxes.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator Bryan.
Pay no attention to the short title of the bill. That's not what the committee sub does. The committee substitute merely establishes a public health trust fund and says if any money is put into it, it can be held there and used for public health purposes. The thought is that there are grants and contributions that might be available to go into a fund that then could supplement what we're doing in healthcare through the State Department of Health. This bill is in its embryonic stages. It has a reverse repealer. It does not have any money in it unless money should be appropriated or unless there are grants from areas other than the state of Mississippi. So if there are no questions, I suppose at this point I should move to adopt the committee substitute.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the committee substitute, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 68, Senate Bill 2393. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2393, Medicaid excludes certain assets of disabled workers during eligibility determination for long-term care services.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator Bryan to explain the
Senator
bill.
Bryan, you're recognized to explain the bill.
In limited circumstances, there are people who are receiving Medicaid who are improving and their health care is improving and they can get back into the private sector. This bill provides that if they're earning money in such a situation, the earnings that they get, the interest that they earn on whatever money they get, will not disqualify them for Medicaid. It's an opportunity to to deal with a barrier of people getting back into the workforce. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Senator, will you yield question?
Yes?
Okay, I'm looking at the lines about the accumulated assets being excluded from determining eligibility, and it says an independence account means an account approved by the division that consists solely of savings, dividends, or other gains derived from those savings from income earned from paid employment after the initial date on which a person began receiving medical assistance under the disabled workers category of Medicaid eligibility. Is there any cap on those assets?
I don't think so.
So we're basically saying that they could be worth millions of dollars and still would be able to get Medicaid.
No, I think that what we're saying is that after they've accumulated assets, they will eventually have earnings which will be large enough to get them out of the system, but not during the interim period.
So whatever the earnings are, you just said there was no cap on them, but they could still get Medicaid. because we're going to exclude those earnings.
This is, I believe, almost verbatim a law that's been on the books in Arkansas, and it's proved workable in Arkansas over the years. So I assume that the issue you raise is not an issue for implementation of the bill.
I just thought that Medicaid was supposed to be for, the poorest of the poor, and now here we are excluding assets with no cap that we can find from somebody, and somebody still being eligible to be on Medicaid if they're disabled. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from anybody, but I don't think that, if we don't have an idea how much this can be and they're going to be eligible, maybe they are taking benefits from somebody that doesn't have anything. That just would be my concern.
It's for a narrow category of people who are disabled who have some income. I'm not aware of any situations where there have been huge amounts accumulated.
But I guess under the language there could be. I don't see any kind of cap in it. I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Senator Hill, I'll look into that and try to get a better answer for you later on, but I just can say that it's my understanding that this has not been a problem in Arkansas where it's on the books. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded voting no. Hill, no. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Voting present? Polk, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Move to the calendar. Senator Sparks, item 69, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 69, have the bill called up and the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2248, Fresh Start Act.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Fresh Start Act. We have passed a bill similar to this at least 2 times out of this body since I've been here. Originally in 2019, the Fresh Start Act was brought into play for a few occupations. 2248 expands that scope so that we prevent licensing authorities from using broad and subjective or vague terminology such as good character to disqualify an applicant. The specific criminal history should be considered. I want to be very clear, the boards and licensing entities still have the call and the discretion to tell someone that there's a disqualifying crime. But even if the conviction is related to that field, the licensure board they're allowed to issue the license if they make that determination. Also, it allows for the applicant, someone who wants to be licensed in a particular field, to ask that board to let them know before they go through the training and testing requirements for a license to get a determination if that particular criminal record is going to disqualify them. Clearly, we have talked a lot about labor force participation rate in our state, and we've talked about licensure, and we've talked about CTE courses and people being able to earn. That license means a lot to them. It is a key to their earning. So we generally are one of the more regulated states when it comes to licensure, and this just gives people an opportunity to pursue those licenses and not be blanket rejected, but yet leave the power of that particular licensing authority to do those things. It's a very large bill, but the pertinent parts begin in, of course, Section 1 just simply names the act. Section 2 addresses definitions. One of the key pieces is the disqualifying crime. In D, it's a crime that directly relates to the duties and responsibilities of an occupation for which a licensed authority has jurisdiction. The crime is not disqualifying if, under the factors that we'll look at later in the bill, the board, in their discretion, decides to issue a license. So just not a blanket no based on a particular conviction. You will see in Section 3, again, notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, this addresses, again, most of this is existing law under Fresh Start. It does address attorneys, a nursing licensure compact, and provisions of real estate licensure, because those particular entities already are in compliance in current statutes and have a process that does not violate what the intention of the Fresh Start is. Section 4 addresses, again, where you just can't use vague words, and when you're promulgating rules and regulations that you're specific in what you're looking for in your licensure. With words like felony, moral turpitude, or other such terms that are general in nature, that should not mean a disqualifying crime, if they determine as a licensure board that they do not want it to be. You have a standard of proof, obviously, that is already existing law, and we're trying to just avoid the blanket disregarding of someone's attempt to have a license just because of a prior crime. In 3, you see nothing in this section shall preclude any board, commission, or other licensed entity from granting a license to individuals convicted of disqualifying crimes after they have considered the factors listed in subsection 2. So again, they have the discretion, they have the ability to make those calls. And then Section 5 addresses more this pre-clearance, that if I wanted to pursue a licensure in a particular field, that I could go to that licensing authority and ask them, is my criminal history going to disqualify me before I go spend the time and money to go get the education for that licensure to be approached. The grounds and reasons for disqualification, if they say yes, they need to tell me what those grounds are, that I have the right to a hearing to challenge that decision when I can challenge that, and of course the evidence of rehabilitation that may be considered. Finally, if the criminal record does disqualify a person in the licensing authority and they believe it is directly related to the duties, that the licensing authority document its findings in writing sufficient for review. That is a brief explanation of the bill. Those are the general terms. The remaining sections are actually covering the licenses that are included. And, Mr. President, I would yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
For you for question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Hill?
I know back when the Governor Reeves' administration was here and this first came through, it excluded attorneys. And I understand why, but so now this new language, because you're saying that nurses and real estate people already have something in their licensing that's congruent with this, we're exempting them?
That is what is on, and I apologize, I'm looking at the strike-through version. Let me make sure I don't do that so I can get the proper line.
It's in there. I looked at it, but I
guess. Yes,
guess.
they're on line 63 through 69.
I'm trying to remember, is anybody else excluded from this? Do you remember, besides lawyers?
As I understand, and thank you for asking that question, dietitians, orthotics and prosthetics, real estate brokers, registered foresters, and sanitarians, because there's nothing in their statutes that mention anything that need to be removed. But thank you for that question.
And also, the standard that a board would have to prove is clear and convincing evidence. I think that's been in the original language.
We did not change that to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's in the original language?
That's correct.
So that's a pretty high standard.
It is.
So that's always been my concern with this. Do you know how many people have been licensed under this since we started that would have otherwise not been licensed?
I do not. I would be glad to ask if someone has the ability to track that, but I would be glad to.
They may not. Okay, I think you answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Sparks, no further questions.
If there's no further questions, I would move adoption of the committee sub.
Adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And if there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call question. Anyone object? We should be recorded voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Wiggins?
Mr. President?
I'm sorry.
With unanimous consent, I believe there's a motion there or a document that would show a correction on Scrivener's error to Senate Bill 2439, item 16 on yesterday's calendar. The age of 65 was listed where it should have been 62, and we just ask for unanimous consent to amend that so that individuals could activate and receive their retirement allowance at the proper age of 62 under the law, not 65.
Motion.
That's just asking unanimous consent to fix a Scrivener's error, Mr. President.
Unanimous consent is requested. Seeing none, no objection, Senator. Granted. Thank you for keeping up with the details. All right. Senator McMahon,
Introduction out of order.
please proceed. Senator Wiggins, if you'll come up. Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
In the South Gallery, I would ask for Mayor Kopi Grantham of Saltillo and his wife to stand, as well as Kevin and Melanie White of Saltillo, Mississippi to stand. I ask the Senate to make them welcome.
Who's got the baby? Her mother. It's good to see you both. Mayor, good to see you. Thank y'all for coming. All right, Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. We're on 71, Senate.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2743, funds collected for certified copies allow use for public health programs and completion of other record keeping and statistics.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
The bill simply authorizes money which is in an account that's been accumulated from certified copies of birth certificates, death certificates, and marriage records to be used for public health programs pertaining to maternal, infant, and child health, or anything connected with maintaining vital records and statistics. It just broadens what the fund can be used for. It is, of course, subject to appropriations. This gives the Appropriations Committee more latitude if they want to take advantage of the change in the underlying law. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? No. Seeing none, all in favor of the committee substitute signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill. Yes, ma'am, we're on the bill now, so we're ready for your amendment, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. What my amendment would say is, like we did on the driver's license, any new or duplicate birth certificate issued to a person under this chapter shall bear an indication of the sex of the individual, which shall be consistent with the sex of the individual determined at birth. And a court order that's inconsistent with this subsection shall have no effect upon issuance of renewal of a birth certificate under this chapter. So that's basically all it would do. We've had, I think Pierce said 78 birth certificates changed, sex changes on the birth certificates in the last 78 years, in the last 2 or 3 years. And so what this would do is just stop the chancery courts from ordering the sex change on the birth certificates, because we need to be consistent with the law that we passed last year that says sex is immutable and determined at birth based on Mississippi Code 1-3-83. And that's what this amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Questions, Senator Hickman?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I don't think this amendment is germane to the bill.
One moment, please.
Mr. President, to the point of order.
Senator Bryan, what was your request, sir?
Mr. President, this is one section long. The code section that's before us in this bill deals with certified copies of births and marriages and deaths. It allows the Department of Health to charge fees for those copies. It deals with copies. The amendment seeks to amend provisions of the entire chapter, and the other provisions of the chapter are beyond the scope of this, which simply deals with one code section dealing with certified copies.
Thank you, Senator. It's really not to be germane. Senator, you're recognized.
I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Adoption of committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. We move to Senator England. Senator England, you're recognized. We're on 72, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item number 72 and go to item number 73 and have the title read.
72 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2650, Campaign Finance, modify the reporting process to make reports accessible to the public via a website run by the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a committee sub, and I ask for permission to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that I do have a strike all on for the committee sub. I'm going to explain that. This bill, and this is after hearing many of your concerns and talking with many of you, and I do appreciate everyone's assistance on this. This bill states that candidates, candidate committees, and political committees may file all reports required for campaign finance through the Secretary of State's online filing service. You may also file, if you choose, via facsimile, electronic mail, postal mail, or hand delivery. So this is not requiring filing online, but it does allow online. The next portion of the bill, of the strike all, directs the Secretary of State to maintain a site online central to and accessible to the public with these campaign finance reports, and that the reports shall be posted on there. The remaining portion of the bill directs that candidates in counties and in municipalities may file online, or they may file by hand or by facsimile with their clerk, and that those reports are then to be given to the Secretary of State and made available to the public. So this is not requiring us to file online. It's giving us the option to file online. It is also directing the Secretary of State to set up the website to allow us to do so. And again, to answer many of the concerns I think that we had in this body, counties and municipalities, candidates for county and municipality offices have to have their reports available with the Secretary of State, and those have to be made available online. That's what this bill does. That's what the strike all does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion now is to adopt the committee substitute.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose? Speak on the bill. Senator Bryan is recognized to speak on the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe the strike all in the bill as it is before us has resolved a number of the issues that I was concerned about in committee. My particular concern, which I want to mention again, is for rural Mississippi, for small towns, for aldermen who may represent a couple of hundred people, for supervisors who may represent several thousand people. And these races are not like races for state senate or certainly statewide office. And so I'm worried about inadvertent mistakes that people make running for office and obligations on them. If it's what I'll call a big time office or a statewide office, that's different. So the bill that's before the Senate takes into account those concerns that I had, and I appreciate very much the chair taking those into account. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you for your remarks, Senator Bryan, and thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, procedurally, I believe that I moved to adopt a strike all before I adopted the committee sub. So at this point, I'd like to reconsider the vote to adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Please
Thank you, Mr.
proceed.
President. Now my motion at this time is to adopt the committee substitute.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, thank you. My motion is that we adopt the strike all to the committee substitute.
Motion is to adopt a strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, my final motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Recorder is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. You pass and retain 74. Pass and retain number 74, Senate. We move to 75, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go to item 75, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2769, Mississippi Youth Court Chancellor Act of 2025, an act recommendation of Commission on a Uniform Youth Court System and Procedures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
My motion will be that we adopt the committee substitute, and I'll be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start by saying that the committee substitute that's before you does have a reverse repealer in it. And what you've been handed out is what I've referred to as the Youth Court Task Force report. The bill that's before you, in essence, is reflecting the recommendations of that task force. That was the task force, the legislature set that out a couple years ago. It was done during the summer. It was the fall. Judd A committee had a hearing. The chairs of that came and presented to us. I will state to the body that it was very informative, and the report that is before you is very informative. I think everybody has felt that it was a report that was enlightening. And when I say enlightening, I think what it did is brought out and talks about issues that we're seeing in our youth courts. Since this report came out, I think a lot of the members here have heard and have heard from people that said this is something we need to do and address that, because it's for the children in our state, and really children that are not in the best of circumstances. And our youth courts, honestly, as the report has come out, is not functioning or being provided the resources that we owe them. And so the bill before you is to take the report and is doing that. Have done a couple of things in separate bills. A big part of the report is dealing with the referee system. And the biggest recommendation that came out of the report was that the conclusion, and mind you, and if you look in the report, members of the commission, everybody from judges to legislators to youth court personnel, it was the recommendation to replace the youth court referees with full-time judges, and with full-time judges that are dedicated to handling these issues. And in the bill before you, again, I'm going to say that there's a reverse repealer, and this is a work in progress. But what this bill is a version of what we brought forward or discussed last year along with the governor's plan. And the governor's plan was to have chancellors to take on that role because chancellors are a constitutional a constitutional position. And they, by the Constitution, have been given that jurisdiction and that role. And to be clear, the jurisdictions that are laid out in the bill before you in terms of the districts and all, what they are doing, we are not replacing any of the what I call permanent county court positions. This is what we call a hybrid model. And if you look at the report, the commission recommended to the legislature, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, they offered 3 recommendations. And we've taken the hybrid model and put it into there. And by doing this, we will preserve what we have and go with what's working, but also provide a better, what I would call, service in the referee system. And for those that don't know what the referee system is, it is essentially part-time attorneys who operate as youth court judges on a part-time basis. And one of a big thing in addition to that we found out was that the intake, which is a big component of the youth court system, the employees were not being used properly, and we've also needed training of our intake officers. That was a huge takeaway from the report as well as from the judges that presented to us. And so both in this bill as well as the other standalone bills we've done, we're addressing the intake system of youth court to try to get back or to try to get where we can to serve the children and really support the youth court system like it needs to be. Let's see. And in addition to in the committee substitute that's before you, it has brought forward the code sections that have dealt with the youth court. One of the big ones is there's a youth court support fund, and what has become clear through the task force report along with the hearings that we had was that we as a state have not been funding that. I think it's to the tune of maybe $2 million. That's not a spread amongst everybody in the state. That's not working. Working with Chairman Hobson, we've had discussions about where we're going to take that and how to do that. So these code sections are brought forward to address the operations there. And that would lead me into the next bill I'll talk about. But with that, Mr. President, I would open it up to any questions. While I'm waiting on the President, I would encourage the members of this body to please take the report and read it, because not only does it address youth court in particular, but it addresses the other peripheral, what I call peripheral issues that address our system of children. I I've stood before you many times and talked about the Olivia Y lawsuit that we've had to continue to fund. By doing this legislation, hopefully we can get to a point where we're not having to do that and we come out from under it. So with that, Mr. President, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Seeing no questions.
Move adoption of the committee substitute, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Senator Hobson?
Do final passage.
Okay, on final passage. All right, here we go. Senator?
Move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on the final bill. Senator Hobson, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, question, Mr. President.
Question, I'm sorry. Senator Wiggins, are you ill for a question?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all your work on this. We have talked about it, and thank you. I know one of the concerns we talked about is how this is going to match up with the new chancery districts, I suppose, and this will have to be amended based on that. Am I correct?
Yes, to say the least, and not to be candid, there's a number of moving parts. Excuse me, a number of moving parts. That is why we have a reverse repealer in that to work on that.
Yep. Thank you. And I think really the other questions related to the number of judges in some of the districts. Just at a quick glance, it appears that some of the numbers may be off, or not off, but just high numbers in some places, maybe low in others. Will that depend, will your final decision, which I'm assuming would be in conference if this is able to be worked out, be based on the number of chancellors we have in the new chancery districts and county court judges?
Yes, so thanks for asking that. So if the moving parts all become one, that's how that would work. We, with an eye towards this, the plans that both the House and the Senate in judicial redistricting have at this point passed their respective chambers have either added chancellors or moved them around. And that would be, we would be looking at this to do that. And quite honestly, Senator Hobson, depending on where things are, some places may actually get an additional chancellor in that place. And the reason I say chancellor is because chancellors are given that constitutional duty to deal with children. And so there could be a possibility where you end up having additional chancellors. And remember, if you look at the maps that are in here, and I'll refer the body to that, the maps show where there's permanent or what full-time and where there's referees. And the goal of what we're trying to do is to replace the referees with judges.
Okay. We'll a lot to discuss here, but thank you for your work, and we'll continue to discuss it as it moves along. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Turner?
Thank you.
Question?
Are you for a question, Senator? Senator Turner,
I
you
do.
recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I just happened to turn to a page in the report. It's at page 50, but it's one of the recommendations, recommended changes in resources, and it would be that every youth court should be funded at a minimum with sufficient support funds to employ an identifiable full-time intake officer. And so has that been part of the discussions? I know you mentioned that there are moving parts relative to youth court. In my county, specifically my home county, I think that we're using an intake officer that's partly funded, pulling someone from other offices. Has there been an effort to is there going to be an effort to make sure that there is sufficient intake support?
Short answer is yes. The bill that's before you has language in there that says it's a full-time intake officer. Also, that was an issue that was brought up in the hearings that we had. And we've already passed a bill that said that the intake officers cannot be other employees of other agencies, particularly from DHS. Okay, that was part and parcel of this. Also, the discussion has been deep, and I will give a ton of credit to DHS and Bob Anderson. They have offered up their pins, I think the number is somewhere around 24, 25, to transfer that over to AOC, the Administrative Office of Courts, with the idea that those could be the intake officers. So, they could be state employees. Now, I've heard discussion about, how is that going to work on the local level and all that. But to answer we're still working through that. But to your point, yes, we've had that discussion. And then also the funding is what I mentioned earlier. And look, that's why Senator Hobson has been great on this. This is not a cheap thing. This is not, I'm not going to stand here and say we're going to get away with $100,000. No, we're not. But we all know the situation we're in, and I would argue that when children are in the custody of the state of Mississippi, because of decisions or non-decisions of their caretakers, that's one of the highest obligations we have. And so that's a long answer to your question, which is yes.
So, I'm actually getting conflicting positions from, I would say, people across the district. Part of my district there are 2 county courts, and then there are 2 counties where there are no county courts. And what's proposed here in the bill is that there would be an additional chancellor added, which would make 4 judges. And my concern is, it's my understanding that with youth court, you have a lot of issues that require emergency attention. Is it realistic for us to expect one chancellor to go through several counties and deal with these issues in an emergency fashion, such that it would not create a backlog? And and I'm just stating that as the concern that I have, and I would hope that would be incorporated in the deliberations going forward.
Yeah, it's a valid concern, but right now we have what's called part-time referees who are practitioners. In this case, with full-time judges, they're on, let's just call it on the clock full-time. They are on there to accept that. And in terms of what I think you're describing is a circuit, we've had plans to come before us about a unified county court system or statewide county court system. And with the idea, we recognize that there are some counties that, due to the caseload, they don't need to be there, but you can kind of have a circuit. So the answer is yes, we're considering that, but we think it's doable. Okay. Okay, council referred me, thank you, to lines 99 to 104. In the case of a youth court chancellor's temporary absence, the youth court chancellor may serve in another chancellor's place. So that language is in there.
Senator Suber?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Suber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will this additional chancellor, will it be elected during the same time frame as the other chancellors?
Yes, and I'm going to look for the, okay, if you look at section 25, candidates for chancellorships created by this act will run for those offices in the judicial election of November 26. Candidates, and it talks about filing the intent. I will tell, back to Senator Hobbs's question about the judicial redistricting, that has to be addressed. I know the House has some language about when that would run, but as far as this is concerned, it would be there 2026. And the term would begin January 2027 and be as provided for chancellors generally. So assuming all of this, we get there with this, then that position would be created, and with them taking office January 1, 2027, which is the next election cycle for judges.
Will this chancellor, I guess, be kind of an equal to the, in my district, I have 2 chancellors currently, so this will be a third one. But with this youth court chancellor, I guess, be equal to the other two chancellors or to work under the current chancellors?
I will say, I don't have an answer to that other than how things would normally work. They would be a chancellor. I would say the code sections are being brought forward, so if we need to address that, we can do that. But in jurisdictions with multiple chancellors, you have a senior judge and they do that. So that's the best I can answer on that.
And will this, in my district, there's 5 counties. One of the counties does have a youth court, or a county court, excuse me. Would the election include, in this case it's Lafayette County, would it include the voting population to vote on this third chancellor, even though they have a youth or a county court? So with that, since the county court's going to hear all the cases in Lafayette County, would it, I guess, that judge to be elected by everyone in that district?
That hasn't been decided. If I understand your question, I'll use my district as an example, the Chancery District, which is 3 counties, but Jackson County has a full-time youth court. You would have the other one from the other 2 counties, the chancellor serving there, okay?
But to be elected by the whole district?
That hasn't been put out, but it's certainly an option, yes. And that's where we go back to that goes to the moving parts, and that's where we go back to the judicial redistricting. And I'm not trying to be cryptic on that. It's just there's a lot of moving parts on that. But I think should we get to the point, well, I think we're very close to get to the redistricting, then I think this can be easily, for lack of a better term, overlaid to see about that. And we're not going to duplicate just to duplicate, but we're trying to provide a better service to the areas that have the referee system. And let me say that this is as was made clear in our hearing, this is no knock against a referee. Okay, this is, and you can read the report, this is a systemic issue. And I will say in my area, in the area that there's a referee, he was very candid and said, if you're looking at what's in the best interest of the children, then having full-time judges would be the case.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. A lot of these youth court cases, I mean, at 2 o'clock in the morning, you can call a youth court referee that you have a child that, they need an order by a judge. Well, the north part of my district to the south part, it can be an hour and a half. So I just...
And that's what we're trying this is why we're brought in those, and I will say it's generally speaking, the bigger counties, they have the statutes say designee. And what happens in those situations is the judge designates. And so on a 24-hour, if something happens at 2 a.m., the judge is given that designee the power to do that. That's under statute too.
So that's still going to be, we're still going to have the youth court referees also, I guess?
Well, not
referees.
Would
that be the designee?
Not referees, but in the full-time places, the word is designee.
Okay.
Staff, in other words.
So who would this person be? Would it be an attorney, or would it just be a staffer? Or who are we classifying as a designee?
It would, however they would want to do that. From what I know, in what I'm calling your full-time, they have staffers and clerks. But also, let me say this: most of it would be your intake officers, and that's the reason why we're doing this, to build up the intake, is because those intake officers need special training. And the other thing that came out of this report, and you can see in there, is that training is needed for our intake officers, because intake is a critical point into the system, because the intake officers are the ones who, among other things, direct what services they need, counselors, things like that. And so what they found was that they were not being trained, or the training was not there. Nobody's fault. Is systemic.
Well, but I think that's a completely separate issue. I mean, training on which they should be trained. We should be training them now anyway. But
yeah, but they're not. That's why we're doing this. I mean, it's not to the level that needs to happen by the judge's own comment. And I'm generalizing, but by the judge's own comments, it's not there, and we're trying to get there.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman? For what purpose, sir? Pass. Okay, see, no further questions, Senator.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, I would move passage on the morning roll call.
Have we adopted a committee substitute? So that was long and I just missed it. Have we adopted? Okay, good. Passage by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes.
Mr. President, thank you. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item number 70. Call that up, ask the title be read.
The motion is to suspend the rules to go to item 70. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
Mr. Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. Senator makes the usual motion. We need to please read
Ask
the title.
be
Let's
read.
let's first read the title, then we'll make the usual motion.
Senate Bill 2453, statewide uniform youth court system established.
Yeah, we're ready.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to explain?
You're recognized to explain. You have a committee substitute, Senator.
Yes, and my motion would be to adopt the committee sub. The bill before you is everything I said related to the previous bill is the same thing related to the report here. What is before you on this bill are code sections dealing with, going back to Senator Suber's questions, are the code sections that would, if that gets to the point where we need to address that, then this allows that to happen. There's also a reverse repealer in it, so we can do that. That's what it is. And so if there's not any questions, I would move to adopt the committee substitute and then passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is to utilize the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none? No. Turner Ford. Sorry, Senator. No. Norwood. No. Butler. No. Simmons. Anyone else? No. Frazier. Anyone else? No. Jackson. Anyone else? Anyone else? No. Simmons D. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Noes noted. Item 76, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass that one and go to item 77. Call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Employees Paid Paternal Leave Act and Act.
Could you reread that, sir? You got cut off there. Could you reread the title, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Senate Bill number 2438, Mississippi State Employees Paid Paternal Leave Act and Act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start by saying there are a couple of amendments that we have on this. This is the state paid parental leave bill. Just to go through the legislation, what we are doing is providing state paid leave for state employees. In Section 1A, eligible employee is any person, and it's listed as working for the state who has a minimum of 12 consecutive months in a position for which he or she is compensated on a full-time permanent basis. And then an eligible employee does not include certain ones. The current bill before you has K through 12 employees. We do have an amendment that's going to address that, but you will see employees of public institutions and higher learning, and then the definition of paid parental leave on that. An eligible employee, looking at line 66, who's the primary caregiver, shall be entitled to receive 6 weeks of paid parental leave, compensated at 100% of the employee's regular salary. There is language in the committee substitute about secondary caregiver. We have an amendment that's going to address that. The paid parental leave under that must be taken within 12 weeks of birth or adoption, and this shall be in addition to other leave benefits offered by the state. And you will notice in line 101, an eligible employee requesting the paid parental leave shall give notice at least 30 calendar days before the start date. In terms of sections 2 and forward, we simply amended, if you look over at lines 419, what can be used 6 weeks of major medical leave for the birth of an employee's biological child, and the provisions shall be subject to the ones that we put forward that I explained earlier. That is the bill, and let me say this, it's also the reason this is important on a number of levels. One of the biggest is, as Senator Boyd has noted, this is a workforce bill to provide the best optimum situation for state employees so that they can raise their children and be comfortable knowing that they can take these benefits that a lot are offered in the private sector. In fact, most are offered in the private sector. To bring us into the, let's just call it the 21st century, I think that says a lot about our state. The Attorney General has put forward this bill as well and supports this. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. But Mr. President, I'm open to questions on that, but we do have amendments to go to.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as employees, and I understand there's some amendments coming that may add classes of employees or people. Is that your expectation?
Yes, or redefine what's in the bill, but yes.
Okay. Are all of these employees equally availed sick days and personal days and things of that nature from their employer?
In this case, the employer is the state of Mississippi, and if I understand your question, yes.
Okay, and are they consistent across all the employee classes that we're going to bring forward, that everybody gets the same number of sick days, leave days, comp time, or whatever, or is that inconsistent across state government?
No, the goal of this is to be consistent throughout state government.
Well, separate and apart from the issue in the bill, I'm just curious, to your knowledge, and if you don't know, that's okay, but state employees generally are offered sick leave and personal days. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes, and I apologize if I don't know the specifics, but Section 2 and 3 and 4 are the code sections that detail that across the state.
Across agencies, are they all the same, or is that somewhat up to the employer, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Senator McCon?
Question and amendment.
Will you?
Yes.
You for a question
I
first,
do.
and then we'll do the amendment next.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you working on this, and I kind of had to go look at this a little bit further. If this thing will ever lock, so I don't have to pull it anymore. And just to ask some questions. So, how many days do we give on holiday for each year? Do you know?
I don't.
So, and I'm not trying to trick you in any way. I just want to get the information out. So we do have 10, and often we have the governor approve 2 more days, usually around Christmas or
Yes,
for
there
Thanksgiving.
okay. There are state holidays that get approved, governor, and we do that for the employees here. Yes.
And I don't have a problem with that at all. And then when we move into some of the personal leave, from 1 month to 3 years, they accrue at a rate of 12 hours a month or 18 days a year, and it goes up from there. which I don't think is a bad thing. So when we move into some of the major medical, they accrue starting at month 1, 8 hours a month, 12 days a year, moving to 10.5, 9, and 7.5. So I say all that to say there are some accrual of days.
And if I may interrupt, Section 2 details that, which is current law, continuous service accrual rate, and it's spelled out in there.
And that's something that's within the bill. So we just want to have that out there for them. I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing for us to be working towards being sure that mothers get to spend some time with their children. I do have an amendment that might address something with regard to the spouses, the fathers, and things like that. We'll talk about that in a moment. I just have some concerns as to, at what point do we get the balance right? And I appreciate you working on this. There is a reverse repealer in this, is that right?
Not what is before you.
Not what is before, okay?
Right.
For some reason, I thought there was one there. But we can work on that. Are you willing to continue to work on this to try to get it right for the mothers that are out there?
Yeah, and the House has passed their version, so they're assuming this passes. There will be 2 versions that obviously would go to conference on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to say, I think I think you said mothers, but also fathers.
Well, I think we're just going to discuss that.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr.
But
All right, thank you, Senator.
proper time for his amendment, Mr. President?
No, Senator Hobson first.
Okay.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I wanted to follow up with one thing that Senator McCon just addressed as it relates to the continuous service. Would persons that were on paternity leave get their 6 weeks of paternity leave pay and their personal leave that they get through continuous service?
Yes, if you look at lines 90 to 92, it says shall be in addition to other leave benefits available to state employees.
Okay, so they could add that paternity leave and those additional days off if they've had the number of years of service that are listed in that section, correct?
Yeah, and I would add this, that in the private sector, I mean, obviously it goes company to company, but they have holidays and they have medical leave, and then they have parental leave if they so choose. That's what, as a state, we're deciding, and they're on, there's all different forms, but I said that happens in the private sector as well.
But they would have, all of our state employees, institutions of higher learning, K-12, everybody's got FMLA right now, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
So they get up to 12 weeks of leave. It's not paid leave. They can use their personal sick leave, but they get up to 12 weeks.
Okay, I'm sorry, that I don't know. I'm not sure.
So you wouldn't be terminated from your job. You just, after you use up your personal leave, then you don't get paid, but you keep your
Correct,
job.
it's unpaid. That's
correct?
right. That's right.
Okay. Do you have a cost on this to the state or to the, I guess the state would include the institutions of higher learning, but our K-12 across the state for the leave, what that would cost them for replacement employees that they would have to hire during the periods of the leave?
Yeah, so we don't have a cost with this bill. However, we got information on the House bill, and I will note that the House bill, this goes to the point about there's two different versions, the House and the Senate. The House bill is for 8 weeks, and ours is for 6 weeks. Okay, and then the House bill, the estimated annual cost was $21,106,50. So $21,106,50. Of note, it should be expected to be incurred by the state agencies in a similar fashion as other forms of compensatory leave, so no additional annual appropriation should be required. So this was what came from the LBO on the House bill. And so ours is 2 weeks less, and then with I believe it's Senator McConn's amendment, we're going to remove some language, and that would further reduce the cost of the Senate bill.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, the 21 million would not include the K-12 though, because we don't take care of them. So whatever our local educational institutions would. They just have to bear the cost.
I will say I haven't seen that. I think the House bill did include K-12.
We don't have, I would be surprised, but anyway, I can find that out. Thank you, Senator Williams.
Okay, council was telling me the House bill authorized opt-in for K-12 and community colleges. It was an opt-in. Yes.
Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Polk's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may have missed it, but is there a time interval between use of this type leave?
When you say time interval,
Let's say that someone takes it and it ends July 30th, 31st. Then is there a time limit of when they could start another parental leave?
so like they can't take it back to back, I guess is the question.
Well, the question is, what is the interval in between?
Yeah. Yeah. So council, thank you, council. The parental leave, which is set out in section 1, must be taken within 12 weeks of the birth or adoption of the child, and then further parental leave may be taken only once in a period of 12 months. So there is a limit on that.
So once every 12 months, someone could take this leave?
Yes.
Okay. Next question is, many times, whatever the government does, private business has to follow, or usually does, or there's a law that will make them follow. Does that bother you that this might incur some private business later on to have to do this? And I'm more worried about having paid leave than leave, because as we point out, FMLA is already there. But what we as a state are doing is going to pay that, which is a huge benefit that business may have to follow with, and or this body might decide to make it a good idea for Mississippi to make their private industry do that. What's your answer to that?
And Chairman Polk, I will say, I think that's a very good question, and it's a discussion that I think is on the minds of a lot of folks in here. My answer to your question is, and first let me say, I agree with you 100% that sometimes the federal government, the private sector has to follow the government. Prime example is Medicare, Medicaid. And then your costs of Medicare in the private sector are dictated by what gets set by on the federal level in the government. But it goes back to what I said earlier, that yes, I think this places Mississippi in a competitive advantage or a competitive non-disadvantage. And I think it is, we talk about families. I've talked about it as a Republican supermajority. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican supermajority. Everybody in here supports families. And we're doing right by the women, children, fathers, mothers in this by doing this. No, it's not lost on me the issues that and the government pressure that is put on private sector. But I also know that I've talked about population. Mississippi's population at the last census stayed stagnant. We have done a lot with our workforce and bringing in new economic development, but that's also with higher paying jobs, higher, better jobs. And if we're going to compete, not only in the Southeast and our neighbors, but in our country, I think it's something that we must pass. And so that's my answer to that. I will note that the Attorney General of our state has put her office behind and her support behind this. I think our statewide, quite a few statewide leaders have put that there. So again, I don't think your question is minimal by any means. I think it's important, but that's my answer to that, that it would be the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Another question. Are traumatic illnesses covered in this in any way?
There is no language in here that mentions traumatic illnesses.
So we're going to allow paid leave in addition to the already paid leave that people can take, but we're not allowing it for traumatic injuries.
Well, if that's something you want to put forward, we can do that. It's kind of to Senator McConn's question. There's already other leaves, there's other holidays, and the language I read to you about benefits, that would be there. It is a policy decision that we have to make, but again, not to make it about me, but I run my private law firm. I have employees, they have kids. Those are decisions that you have to make in the private sector. The states are competing as well. This is about the employees in the state of Mississippi. You know, that's why we're having these debates. The House has already passed their bill. But if that is something that's important, we can, as I said, I think it's going to conference and we can talk about that.
Well, I think my point is we're taking family leave ahead of other traumatic leave.
Well,
I don't know why we're even dealing with it. You have 12 weeks FMLA. You have a very generous state policy of leave, and I think we're just maybe going a step too far. Thank you very much.
And I respect that. I respect that. However, we talk about families. We stand up here and we put on our campaign commercials about families. I'm a family man. Are we going to put our campaign commercials into action, or are we just going to talk about it? And this is about families, and I will say about young families as well. Again, I go back to what Senator Boyd has worked on this before. Georgia was the most conservative state, and they've had this for a while. And last I checked, their economy is booming and attracting young folks to Georgia. And so, you know, I think it is us supporting families.
Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friendly question.
You have a question? You answer?
Yes.
Senator Barnett, you recognize, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Wiggins, thank you for working on this piece of legislation. But Senator Wiggins, I work for a huge company that has for years, probably decades, have extended benefits like the ones that you were talking about to its employees. And as a result of that, we see very minimum turnover. Would you agree that companies see the benefits in this because, number one, is the turnover rate is very minimum, and two, that the employees feel like they are part of the company and that they're thought about, which encourages them to stay with the company versus trying to find work in other states or other places that offer the same benefits that you're talking about?
Yes, there's definitely a value in retaining employees. And as you know, I'm on appropriations. I can tell you for the last 4 years, we've been hearing from agencies that they can't hire people and they're losing people to the private sector. Look, I want private sector. That's where we need the jobs. But what that's forced us to do, and I'm saying this from handling some of the budgets, is that we've had to do raises. We've had to do raises for employees across the board. They're entitled to it, but we've had to do it. But what we hear from the agencies is, I can't hire people, or people are leaving, and I need you to give me more money to pay them, to attract them. And my point is, people that I know, both in the private sector and here, that parental leave, they would, I don't want to speak for everybody, but would sacrifice some of that for time with their families. And so it is I guess the word is, it's a value-added benefit that's there. And it costs money. You probably know it costs money to train new people, and the churning that goes on. And there's been a lot of churning to train new people, to hire new people, to train them up. And if you can keep them to stay, then it helps you on your cost side.
And when you also agree, Senator Wiggins, that across party lines for years there's been a conversation about why does Mississippi send its best and brightest to other states when we should be trying to retain them here at home? And wouldn't you agree that this is a way of letting the best that we have in Mississippi know that, hey, we would like for you to stay here to help grow our state?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
And we also have to be cognizant of the cost, which I think, as I said to the House bill, that the cost would be incurred by the state agencies, and there would be no additional annual appropriation required.
Senator Fillingham, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Fillingham?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Friendly question. I think the primary and the secondary, I understand there's an amount of, 6 weeks for primary and then in 2 weeks for the secondary parents?
Yes, but one of the amendments coming forward will address the secondary.
Well, my question on that is, who determines who is primary and who is secondary? For instance, if one spouse works for the state, the other spouse works in the private sector, is there any entity that checks to make sure that the private sector employee is not claiming primary in the private sector plan, and that the state employee is not claiming primary under the state plan, that both aren't claiming to be primary caregivers?
Right. Admittedly, that causes issues. I would beg your patience, because I think when we get to the amendments, that will be cleared up.
Fair
Specifically, that should that pass, that we will have just a primary caregiver, and so then you don't get into that issue.
Well, even if there's just a primary caregiver, how do you determine which is the primary? It's just they say, I'm the primary caregiver?
If you look at line 60, it defines primary caregiver as the parent who has the primary responsibility for the care of a child following the birth or adoption of a child. That's the definition in the bill.
Okay, so it's subject to personal opinion. If you're adopting a child, or you've had a child via IVF or surrogacy, and both parents are, carrying equal weight, they're both waking up and changing diapers and feeding and all that stuff, how do you determine who's the primary and who's the secondary?
I don't have a specific answer for that question. I would think that through the agencies that carry out the law, that they would make have policies to make that determination based on the definition here on that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan? For what purpose, sir?
I'd just like to speak when Senator Wiggins yields the floor.
Speak on the bill. Senator
Yes,
Board?
sir.
For a question?
You have for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Proceed.
Senator Wiggins, I received an email this morning from some of our questions that we asked back in November, so I just got it and just saw it.
And you're talking about from the Women and Family and Children's Task Force?
So last year, would you be surprised to learn, last year we had 766 women that were pregnant during the fiscal year last year. And from our state personnel director, he said that would be a cost from nominal, because in many situations, these women are not replaced. Other people fill in, different people help out, so there is no direct cost to the agency as far as replacing that person's salary in some situations. Would you?
That doesn't surprise me,
All right.
and we were hearing that testimony during the task force.
So, and he said, so the cost really that he ranged was from nominal to $6,569 per employee. So their figures are vastly different, saying that it basically, the most that this would probably cost is around $5 million, the way that they have determined this. Would you find that to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned just a second ago, maternity leave reduces employee turnover. Do you know what the cost is, the average cost of replacing a state employee is estimated to be?
I don't, but I hope you have the answer.
I do. It's 20% of their annual salary.
So there's an additional added 20% every time you have to replace an employee.
Yes.
That's the cost of the turnover that I was speaking about with Senator Barnett.
Yes, it is. And we know, because we've had testimony on this repeatedly, that studies show that paid maternity leave greatly reduces that in turnover. It increases employee satisfaction and employee productivity once they come back to work. And also, too, that we have them taking off less time after they come back to work if they've had paid employee leave.
Which is, again, goes back to what I was saying with Senator Barnett, that there are trade-offs. People would be, for lack of a better term, sacrifice dollars for that, creating happier employees.
One other factor, because as we've sat through 2 summers now, or falls, of hearings on this, one of the things we know that we have the highest maternal death rates in the country and the highest infant mortality rates in the country. Would you agree?
I definitely agree.
All right, so one of the things that we know about paid maternal leave is it is linked to lower rates of postpartum depression, anxiety, and physical health complications. That having that shortened maternity leave that sometimes women have to do because they don't have that paid leave and puts them under economic stress that they have to get back, increases postpartum complications. So we know that we have less situations with the mother, but also infants with access to maternal health care in those first weeks of life also have lower risk of infant mortality and hospital rates because the mother is able to take the time and care for the baby. Would you agree with all of that?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Boyd. We'll now go to the amendments. Senator McCon, you're recognized for an amendment to the bill. One moment, please.
Okay, which one are we on now?
I think we need.
All right. Okay, so Senator McCon.
May we go to the next amendment?
Yes, sir. Who has that amendment? Senator Hickman? Senator Hickman, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is after line 126, it inserts a section 11. And what section 11 would do is add K through 12 and community colleges to this bill, which would basically require them to promulgate policies that include what we've done in this statute so that we can get our teachers added to this. I think that they are a vital part of our state. Another thing is I've spoken with a couple of school districts, mine in particular, who had no objection to this, and speaking to them, as I understand it, there really wouldn't be much additional cost because they already kind of do something along the lines of leave. So that's my amendment, and I move for adoption of the amendment, and I will yield for any questions if there be any.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. All right, Senator, who has the next? Senator McCon?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another amendment here. There's been some discussion back and forth And I believe that there may be a reverse repealer on the way to get this into conference. Some discussion has been as to whether to provide the secondary employees, the secondary caregiver, some additional leave in there. This amendment would bring that out right now to continue the discussion on that, but it would keep in the primary caregiver with that 6 weeks of leave. Mr. President, I would entertain questions on that.
Are there any questions?
If not, I would move we adopt the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Next amendment.
Mr. President, the next amendment is our standard reverse repealer.
Okay. Are any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move passage on the morning roll call.
The senator suggests you use the morning roll call. Senator Bryan, you wish to speak? Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, there's been discussion of how the local institutions would pay for this. I had an amendment drafted. I'm not going to offer it, but I had an amendment drafted which would simply provide that the state would pay each public school $250 for each day a teacher was absent as a result of paternal or maternal leave. So that would help make the school district whole, and the state would bear the burden of the program. We obviously have enough money to cut income taxes, and I'd rather take that same money and spend it to help out parents of newborn children, at least one of whom is a school teacher in Benton County, than to take that money and send it to a bunch of heirs in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator, you suggest use more roll call?
I do, and if I may, Mr. President, I would encourage and ask you to vote aye for passage, to allow the passage. I think it's an important message that's being sent. It does have a reverse repealer now, and we will, the issues that have been brought up, we will work through this with the House and come to a bill that I think is good policy, if not excellent policy, for the state of Mississippi. And that is my motion, Mr. President.
Okay, so senators suggest use some more roll call for
Yes,
final passage.
that's correct.
Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please. Well, we do have no's. Excuse me. There we go. All right, Senator Hobson, no. Senator Chisholm, no. Senator Barrett, no. Senator Parks, no. Senator Johnson, no. Senator DeBar, no. Senator Whaley, no. Senator Polk, no. Senator Harkins, what did he say? Present. For Senator Harkins. Senator Sparks, no. Senator Seymour, no. Senator Michelle, no. Senator McMahon, no. Senator Younger, no. Senator McCon, no. Senator Blackwell, present. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read off the no votes.
Voting no or nay, Hobson, Chisholm, Parks, Johnson, DeBar, Whaley, Polk, Sparks, Seymour, Michelle, McMahon, Younger, and McCon. Voting present, Harkins and Blackwell.
Yes, sir. Senator Carter, you wish to be recognized?
To the vote.
You recognize to the vote?
I vote no.
Senator Carter, no. With 14 noes, the bill is passed. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Senator Bryan, item 78.
I'd like to pass that item, let it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 79 and ask that the title be read.
We'll pass and retain item 78. Go to item 79, Senate Bill 2677. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2677, Pharmacy Benefit Prompt Pay Act, define requirements for pharmacy benefit managers.
Senator Bryant.
I move we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Well, first, usual motion.
I'm sorry, the usual motion.
Yes, sir. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The usual motion is adopted. Senator Bryant.
I ask we consider the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill, and I would ask the chair to recognize Senator Parks.
Senator Parks, you recognize to explain the committee's substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. I also have amendment as well, but at this time, if I may, explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain.
This bill is the same bill as we passed at the end of last session. It contains both transparency and data collection by the Board of Pharmacy. This bill also has a 3-year repealer. The transparency part, I won't read the entire bill, but I do want to give a few items that is in the transparency part. So for a cash discount card requiring the reimbursement to a pharmacy would move to 7 days instead of the 60, 90, or 120. As we well would know, this is a huge financial burden on the pharmacy. The bill also exempts the self-insurers. The PBM may not charge a patient more than a total reimbursement paid by the PBM. I can give you an example of that. In the event the copay is $40, but the actual is $5, then the patient would only now be paying the $5. In the past, would have paid the $45, the $35 would have gone to the PBM. And then on the data collection part, it creates a website that the State Board of Pharmacy will maintain, and it will be for the reporting of the PBM. They'll give a report on the rebates to the State Board. Also, the drug manufacturers will be required to report the cost of the drug. These are a few of the items that would be in the data collection part, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions. Oh, we do have one. Senator England, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question?
You yield Senator England for a
Yes.
question. Senator England.
Thank you, Senator Parks. This bill includes some information about the state health plan in it. Is there a fiscal note available on this bill?
It does not include the state health plan.
Okay, so it doesn't involve state?
No.
Okay, is there a fiscal note?
No.
Could we get one?
Can you get one?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a request to you or to attorneys, but I would like to, and I understand that could take some time. I just want to know if we can get that and look at it to see what the cost on the state on this may be.
There should be no cost.
Okay, and let me, if you'll, I know we're moving kind of quickly here and we're all ready to go home. There was a section I had a question about.
Sure.
I believe it's section 3.
Uh-huh. On the cash discount card?
Well, the part, and let me get to section 3, Senator Parks, if you'll allow me to scroll there with you here. My question, the language in lines 213 to line 216, the way that it reads, and I may be reading it wrong, but it seems like we're going to allow the Board of Pharmacy to just use whatever means they see fit to determine the prices of these drugs. Is that what we're doing?
We're only defining it. If you were to go back, we're just bringing the new language. Okay.
Yes.
30 years ago, there was not anything called the NADAC. It was called the Gold Star. So we are just replacing it with the new price guides that are out there today.
Okay. Well, is there anything that restricts?
They're used every day.
Okay.
Okay.
I still don't know if I'm
Sure.
I'm comfortable with the language, and I appreciate your work on this. I know you've been working on this a lot, and as late as it is, and I haven't scrolled all the way to the end of the bill. Is there a reverse repealer on this bill?
No, there is no reverse repealer in this bill.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to offer one, because I'm just getting a chance to look at this. Would you be amenable to a friendly amendment?
No.
No? Okay. Well, Senator Parks, I'm going to offer it, Mr. President, I'd like to offer it at the proper time.
Sure.
And we'll discuss it. I'd just like to have a little more discussion on it. Thank you, Senator Parks.
Since there are no further questions, it's time for the amendment. Well, actually, we need to adopt this committee sub. Yeah, we need to adopt the committee sub and then the amendment. So your motion.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted. We're now waiting on the amendment. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Parks, for yielding the well. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm offering just to put a reverse repealer in this bill. I know that the House has a bill that we're working on as well. I know there's a lot of work that's going into this by Senator Parks, but I do have some questions to make sure that, number one, the section that I mentioned, how we're allowing the Board of Pharmacy to come up with the prices on these drugs. I have questions on that I think we all should have questions on wanting to tighten that up. And also, without there being a fiscal note, I want to make sure that we don't need one because we're dealing with things that are the state health plan and other entities, Medicaid, and all deal with prescriptions as well. I just want to make sure that there's no additional cost to the taxpayer, and if there is, what that cost is. I think a reverse repealer would allow us to do that. So I ask you to vote yes for the reverse repealer.
Senator Parks.
If I may speak on against that at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the things that the senator just mentioned was Medicaid. Well, currently today, Medicaid is required to use NADAC plus 1179. That is currently in statute, and the federal government requires that. So this would not affect that in any way, form, or fashion. The terminology that's used in this bill is simply updating what is currently used today. In the past, it was the gold star, it was other language of other different types of calculations that was used. It's just simply changing it to what's currently used today. One of the other things that I would have to say, it is time that we at PBM reform and transparency in the state of Mississippi. So I'm going to ask you all today to defeat this amendment.
Okay, Senator England, would you like to close on your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Just to close, and I think that Senator Parks said it well. It is time that we see some things done, but we're making some major changes here that are going to affect that could affect a lot of our major employers in the state, our manufacturers, and we're putting a reverse repealer in. I'm not asking you to vote against the bill. I'm asking you to put a reverse repealer in it so that we can check into those and make sure that we have this correct. So my request is that we do adopt this amendment.
Okay, the motion is to adopt the amendment. You have a question, Senator Hill of Senator England?
I'd like to speak against the amendment.
I'm sorry, he's already closing on the amendment. We've had speakers already. All right, so he's closing on the amendment. The motion is adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment has failed. Senator Parks.
I'm on the amendment that I had that's also to offer is just simply technical corrections and grammar. At this time, my motion would be to adopt the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment for technical changes, technical wording changes. Any objection? You want to tell us what that is?
Oh, sure. I can take you through the lines if you like. If you looked at sections 4, line 172 through 175, there are multiple lines that are underlined when there should only be either directly or indirect. Also, on line 175, the words drug or services are the only thing that should be underlined. So that's the correction on that. The next correction is on line 374. The word of versus the word no is the correction there. Those are primarily your changes.
Okay, any questions on the technical changes?
If no other questions, I'd ask for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator. Okay, let's slow down again. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Yes, sir.
I don't believe we adopted the amendment.
I thought we did.
We adopted the amendment,
Yeah,
yes.
we did. I said anyone. Yeah, I said anyone object to the technical amendment. And on a technical change, I don't think you. Well, maybe you do have to vote on technical change.
Okay.
But we'll vote on the technical changes if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But I don't know.
At this time, motion.
I asked if anyone object, but no one objected. But all in favor of the technical changes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Now.
On the final motion for passage on the morning roll call.
Now the senator suggested use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator England as present. Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Now we'll go to public health. I see item number 80.
Mr. President, before we go to item 80, I misread my notes on item 78, and I'd like to move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 78, which I mistakenly passed just a moment ago, if I'm recognized for that.
You are, Senator. Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go back to item 78. Seeing no objection, Senator, you're recognized to explain. Or call the bill.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2664, Dietitian Licensure Compact ratified.
Senator makes.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I have an amendment to the committee amendment that I would like to offer at this time, which is a reverse repealer. This bill was on the House calendar, and I had planned to take the House bill, but in an abundance of caution, I think we should pass this bill to keep this alive.
Okay, Senator, let's adopt the committee sub first, and then the amendment.
I don't think there is a committee sub.
79, it says committee substitute.
But we're on 78.
Oh, 78, excuse me, Senator. I forgot we went back one.
This is
You're
all
right.
my fault.
No. You're exactly right. You're recognized for the amendment.
But at any rate, it's a reverse repealer. I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted, Senator.
This is to adopt a licensure compact with other states to license dietitians and to ratify the compact. As I say, I thought we would take the House bill, but we need to keep this alive. Therefore, the bill is before you with a reverse repealer. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
I think we may have a question. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I just have a question.
Senator, you yield Senator Hill for a question.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hill.
Thank you. I see that this is a 3/5 vote. What is it, the license fee that's in it, or is it a cost for the compact, or do you know why it's a 3/5 vote?
The compact provides for a fee for obtaining a license. I can get the draftsman to tell you the amount of that if we need to.
So have we been, I'm ignorant on this, I'm sorry, have we been licensing dietitians
No.
prior to this? So this is, we're going to now have to license them for them to work as dietitians?
If the bill becomes law, it will provide for licensing of dietitians.
Okay. So what do they have to do to get licensed? Is that all lined out in the bill too?
It is. I mean, I can go through it. It's fairly straightforward.
You don't have to go through all of it. I mean, they've been working without being licensed all this time. I'm just wondering will we keep adding more and more license? I'm just curious about why we're adding more and more license. Is it the insurance like you talked about before?
A number of licensure bills that we have involve making people eligible for payment by insurance companies. And there are a lot of professions in the world of healthcare that in fact do a great deal to help sick people, to treat people, and to keep people from getting sick in the first place, that don't require all the book learning that you need to be a doctor.
Yeah.
But they're a very cost-effective way of providing care for folks. And so there is a desire in some instances to actually encourage a situation, and the insurance companies want to be able to.
Okay, look, I'm all about health and diet, and I think that could take the place of some pharmaceuticals if we adhere to better diet standards. And I'm totally not against licenses for a lot of things, but just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Well, for what it's worth, I can tell you, I know someone who has been receiving chemotherapy and had difficulty with it. The dietitian made suggestions about changing in his diet. He said it was like flipping a switch. So there's a lot of value to be added there. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests you use the morning. Oh, we have another question. Senator McClendon, question.
Please.
You yield, Senator McClendon.
Yes.
Senator McClendon.
Will this also affect school lunch dietitians, public school lunch dietitians?
Let me look specifically. I will say that the reason we have a reverse repealer on the bill is that this is something that was taking place toward the deadline, and we did not want to foreclose consideration of it later on in the program.
Well, it does have a reverse repealer, so, Mr. Chairman, if you would just keep an eye on that, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
This is a compact with other states. I've been informed, not new law on our part, but a compact with other states, so that the licenses will be available in both states.
Okay.
Us to other states as well as states coming here.
It is a compact with other states so that we can have licenses that are good in more than one state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, the senator suggested use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use. Oh, we have someone. Senator Hobson as present. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I hold number 12 on a motion to reconsider on today's calendar?
Please join the chairman.
Senate Bill 2449. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Bryan, going to number 80.
Now we're at number 80. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2731, psychologists, extend repeal on licensure law related to.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, this extends repealer on the existing law. The repealer is extended until July 1st, 2029. It does not make any changes to the existing law other than to change the date of the repealer. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Item 81, Senate Bill 2744. Please read the title.
Bill 2741, professional music therapists provide for licensure by State Department of Health.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I have a amendment at the desk, which is a reverse repealer.
Okay, let's adopt, no, it doesn't have a committee sub. Okay, a reverse repealer, you're recognized.
This is another piece of legislation that I thought the House would send us. I think that we need to keep this concept alive. Therefore, I'm offering the reverse repealer as a step in doing that, and I move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Reverse repealer is adopted. Senator Bryan.
This is to provide licensure for professional music therapists. There's a great deal of interest in this bill. Again, we have a reverse repealer just to keep this concept alive. For that reason, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call. Final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Saying, yes. Senator Ladner, Senator Chisholm. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning. What? Have someone else? Who? So Senator Hill is present. That it? Okay, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye and the bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I would like to pass item 82, let it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 83 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2727, Social Work Licensure Compact and Act.
Okay, excuse me, Senator Bryan, I forgot to say that we do pass and retain item 82. The title's been read. Now, it's usual motion, Senator. Senator makes a usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, there is an amendment at the desk, which is a reverse repealer. I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator makes a motion we adopt the amendment. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, this is some legislation that was requested by the folks at Columbus Air Force Base. I think there are other military institutions that may be interested in it. We passed legislation basically saying that if you were in the military or a spouse was in the military and you had a license in any other state, that license would be valid in the state of Mississippi. There is a school of thought that existing law takes care of this situation. There's a school of thought that it does not, and we want to make sure we need the bill before we pass it. I don't know that there's any opposition to it. But the reason for bringing the bill forward and having a reverse repealer is not merely for us to make sure among ourselves that it's correct, but to make sure that the people at the military bases are comfortable with it. That's the purpose for the bill. That's the purpose for the reverse repealer. And if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call. Final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Item 84, Senate Bill 2699. Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2699, Patients' Right to Informed Healthcare Choices Act and Prohibitions Against Deceptive Advertising by Providers. Extend repealers on.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, this is another bill that just extends the repealer on existing law. It extends existing law till 2029. This has to do with making sure that patients are informed of what provider they're seeing when they have health problems. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I'm very happy to inform the Senate that the House has sent us a bill concerning hemp. For that reason, I ask that we pass item 85 and let it retain its place on the calendar.
Item 85 we will pass and retain its place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 86, Senate Bill 2392. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2392, Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Grant Program, Department of Mental Health and Division of Medicaid apply for.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Hickman to explain the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, before I get started with what the bill does, this bill comes to us from Department of Mental Health as well as our community mental health centers, and they also got a letter of support from our FQHCs in the state. And so we have a lot of organizations that have come together to present this to us. Now, what this bill does is it allows Mississippi to create a framework that our Department of Mental Health can certify community behavioral health clinics. We've all seen and we've all talked about issues that we're having with mental health. This is a way to address those issues. Basically, it would allow our Department of Mental Health to certify community mental health centers as a certified behavioral health center. And this is considered the gold standard in mental health. It provides coordinated care. The benefits of this is states around us, all the states around us have implemented or in the process of implementing it. What it allows us to do is annually we will save money by reduced ER visit, hospital stays, and other services that would be provided if we didn't. States around us, Missouri has seen $15 million in savings per year. They've seen a reduction of $483 of saving per Medicaid beneficiary in the state. Oklahoma has seen a 21% reduction in use of psychiatric beds, a 14% reduction in ER visits. They've also seen an increase in service of veterans. Texas is projected to see a $10 million savings by 2030. And so I will say that this is, I think, a great piece of legislation that really doesn't cost the state much of anything, but if anything, it's going to provide a great return on our investment. Mr. President, this time that's an explanation of the bill. I will yield for any questions, but I also have an amendment on this bill at the appropriate time.
Okay, Senator Horn, what purpose?
Question.
You yield Senator Horn for a question.
Yes.
Senator
Thank
Horn.
you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Senator, is there going to be some money put in this, or this just sets them up to be able to receive money from the federal government?
This sets us up to be able to receive money. What will happen, this is a pilot, and the state would apply for a demonstration grant through the federal government that would then pay for the program. But I'm glad you asked that question. Many of our, some of our community health centers are already ready. They just need us to pass this so we can certify them, and then we can apply for the demonstration grant to do what we need to do.
And the FQHCs would be the recipient of the grants?
Well, the community mental health centers would be recipients of the grant. Now, they're working with FQHCs because this requires them to provide coordinated care. And so they wouldn't just be providing mental care, they'd be working with hospitals and personal care physicians and all of those entities.
All right. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator.
I have
you have an amendment?
An amendment, Mr. President.
You're recognized for the amendment.
So after speaking with the Department of Mental Health, and they had an extensive conversation and work session with Department of Medicaid, we found that we don't need to amend or ask for an amendment to our plan. And so this amendment would simply strike lines 375 through 383, which in the previous bill would have required that we apply for an amendment to our state plan, and we don't have to do that. So at this time, I move that we adopt the amendment.
Any question on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Hickman.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Bryan wishes to speak.
Mr. President, I don't want to belabor this point, but healthcare is becoming more and more interconnected. This is federal legislation that requires community mental health centers to have some method of providing primary care. In doing so, there may be unintended consequences for some other providers of private, primary care, including FQHCs, rural health clinics, other providers, and there is a need to coordinate all of this, which is why I continue to say we need to look at the big picture. We need to look at the funding streams for everything and work comprehensively to maximize the funds that we can get to provide health care in the state and maximize the availability of health care to people in the state. Thank you.
Good job. Drinks in my place.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. And my motion is to adopt by use of the morning roll call. And at this time, the pages are handing you out just some of the information I spoke about.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I had a question for Senator Bryan.
Senator Bryan, were you here for a question?
Senator Hickman may can answer.
Senator Hickman, were you here for a question? Senator Bryan won't yield.
In my experience with the community mental health centers, a person does not have to be on Medicaid or have a Medicaid number to participate and get services from the community-based mental health centers. So what I'm asking is, will this model run the same way, even if Medicaid grants, if it's a grant from CMS, but the actual participants or the benefactors would not have to be on Medicaid with a Medicaid number? Is that correct?
Absolutely. You're correct. And what will happen here, certified community mental behavioral health centers can't turn down anyone. They have to take in and treat whoever comes to the door.
But they're just operating off of a grant from CMS?
Yes.
And it's a pilot program?
It's a pilot program, so we would only do like 2 in this state. And I will say, every state around us has done it, and everybody is seeing an ROI.
Right. Well, I've seen the need for community mental health, so I was just double checking to make sure that it did not have to be a Medicaid approved, somebody with a Medicaid card to take advantage of the program.
They can't turn anybody down.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Senator.
I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Present. McClendon, present. Hill, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Chisholm, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Senate, Wiggins, 88. Senator Parker will come back. We're just right at the end. Senator Tate has already passed 87, so we're right at the end. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 76. Call that up and ask the title be read.
We'll have to suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules. Go to item 76. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're going to 76. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2879, nonprofit animal shelters require record keeping and sterilization of all dogs and cats sold or released for adoption.
Make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that you allow Senator Hill to explain the bill.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you.
Briefly.
What this bill does, it basically codifies what most every humane society or animal shelter in the state is already doing. I don't know of any that aren't requiring spay and neuter of any of the adopted animals, but this just codifies that they have to spay and neuter before they release an animal. And the second thing it does is it allows any licensed veterinarian to come into the state of Mississippi and work for free under a Mississippi licensed veterinarian to help with a spay and neuter clinic. And that's 2 things it does.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for the motion.
Motion be adoption on a morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Call for voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Hill. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules, go back to item number 43, Senate Bill 2377. First, I move to suspend the rules, go back to that item.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, sir. Item 43.
Request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2377, Public Procurement Review Board, expand the contract and emergency contract reviewing authority of.
Make the usual motion.
Please make your usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move we adopt the committee sub, be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is going to bring a little bit more of oversight and a little bit more of attention to some of our contracts and things that we have in the state. This comes from collaboration with the Public Procurement Review Board and makes changes beginning in lines 381. I'll kind of walk you through those changes. So what it will do is it'll allow the Public Procurement Review Board to have additional responsibilities. Those responsibilities will include the ability to reject the approval of a contract if they find it to not be financially viable, if they find it to be non-compliant with state law, if they find it to involve a conflict of interest, if they find it lacking adequate justification, if it is deficient in clearly defined deliverables, if it is awarded to vendors without the necessary qualifications, if it's excessive in cost, or if it's lacking sufficient safeguards to protect the state's financial interest, or if it includes incomplete or inaccurate or misleading documentation. In addition, on line 416, it will allow the PPRB to issue written statements specifying the reasons for rejecting such contract. And in emergency contract situations, it will begin on line 425. Emergency contracts may be approved without standard competitive bidding requirements. However, such contracts must clearly document the nature of the emergency, demonstrate reasonable cost considerations, and be subject to retroactive review to ensure that they are actually in the best use of the state's money. That's a brief explanation of the bill in committee. We added a reverse repealer. There are continued discussions and concerns that I think we'll be having talks with DFA about, but this is an effort to certainly safeguard our tax dollars and to make sure that these contracts are getting a little extra scrutiny when necessary. I yield for questions.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question?
You, Senator?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this add or address in any way personal service contracts?
I guess it would if, depending on how they are submitted, if they had to go through the PPRB board, it would allow that, yes.
Okay.
You know, so there have been some where there have been, you know, some questions, and I think just having that oversight to get questions answered is a good idea.
Okay, I'd like to see us, if we can,
Yes.
be more involved there where we're not slowing up government, but we're also not exempting everything from review.
Absolutely, great question.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Sparks.
you, Senator Sparks.
Seeing no further questions, Senator.
Move adoption of committee sub.
Adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill.
If there are no questions, I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt's fine. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. I'm sorry. Fillingham. No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 24 on today's calendar.
The motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2861, Mississippi Work and Save Program Create.
My motion is we reconsider the vote by which the bill passed for the consideration of an amendment.
Motion is to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Michelle to explain the amendment.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill passed 51-0 here in the Senate, but there's a couple items we wanted to clarify with some of the business community, the banking community, and also our treasurer's office. So I'm going to offer an amendment that we put a reverse repealer in this. This will give us a little extra time for the bill to go over to the House and come back to us and have our questions with the Treasurer's Office answered. So I offer adoption amendment, Mr. President.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of morning roll call being requested. Anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Okay, Senate. Senator Turner. Turner Ford. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 42 on today's calendar.
The motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 42. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. You're recognized. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2354, recreational use or abuse substances, create screening program for within the Department of Health.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub. I will move adoption and request permission to explain.
Please explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you. This bill would create a screening, evaluation, and approval program for the analysis of these drugs that have been made available through our convenience stores. It would put the State Department of Health in a position to evaluate these drugs and determine if they should be made available for sale. I'll now yield for questions, and I do have an amendment.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator. That's a committee substitute, I'm sorry.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And I do have a proposed amendment which should be at the desk.
One moment, please. One moment, please. We don't have the amendment. One moment. Okay, Senator, we have it up on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the amendment proposes to do would also call for the study of rare disease drugs. That study will be performed by the Rare Disease Drugs Advisory Council. And I will yield for questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator.
I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move for final passage based on use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Recorders voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Deadline day. Anyone have any other bill? Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 1, SB 2145, on a motion to reconsider.
It's already been held, Senator. Thank you. Senator Blackwell, for what purpose?
To be added as a co-author.
Please proceed.
Without objection, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item 61 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2275.
2275, Mr. Clerk. Senator Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to Bill number 2267, number 77 on yesterday's calendar.
2267, Mr. Clerk. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
I would like to ask the Senate for unanimous consent to be added to item number 43, Senate Bill 2377 as co-author, and also item 59, Senate Bill 2605.
2605, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection granted, Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on item number 59, Senate Bill 2605.
59, 2605. Seeing no objection granted, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to number 77 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2438.
2438. Seeing no objection granted, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would ask to be added as a co-author to item number 69, Senate Bill 2248, and Item number 77, Senate Bill 2438.
2438, Mr. Clerk. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to number 59, Senate Bill 2605.
592605, Mr. Clerk.
And also number 60, Senate Bill 2220.
Senate Bill 2220. Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 77 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2438, and also Senator Norwood would like to be added as well, Mr. President.
Norwood and Simmons, 2468. You got that? Senator Simmons, S.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 60, Senate Bill 2220, and item number 71, Senate Bill 2743.
2743, madam. Senator Boyd.
I'd like permission to be unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of item 77, Senate Bill 2438, and then item 79, Senate Bill 2677.
2677, ma'am. Okay. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Yes, Mr. President, with unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Bill number 60, Senate Bill 2220.
2220.
79.
79.
2677.
2677.
And 262515.
262515, madam. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Seeing none, on behalf of the citizens, thank you. Good day. Appreciate y'all working through into the calendar and all of your hard work leading up to today. So, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Senator moves to stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. We stand adjourned.